Chapter 529. Heavenly Rank Soul Treasure, Trying to Escape. I'm afraid it won't be that easy. The little dragon that had emerged from between his brows was naturally Xiao He. When Xiao He saw that the black shadow was trying to escape, she snorted coldly. With a whoosh, she turned into a black bolt of lightning and instantly caught up to the fleeing black shadow. Boom! Xiao He waved her right hand. Immediately, countless ink-black mist turned into a miniature cage in her palm, trapping the fleeing black shadow within. Only now did Zhuowen see the true appearance of the black shadow. It was only the size of a thumb and looked like some kind of insect. Its shell was covered in sinister black hooks, and at the front of the black shadow was an inch-long spike. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed when his gaze focused on the spike of the unknown creature. He realized that the spike that had pierced through his palm was the spike at the front of the unknown creature. He knew that if Xiao He had not acted in time, the unknown creature might have directly burrowed into the space between his brows. The consequences would have been unimaginable. Xiao He. What is this thing? Its penetrative power is actually so strong. If you hadn't acted earlier, I'm afraid I would have been in danger. A trace of curiosity appeared on Zhuowen's face, especially when he saw the serious expression on Xiao He's face. He knew that the unknown creature was not simple. This creature is called a soul-devouring bug. It's a strange creature that specializes in devouring the souls of cultivators. Moreover, the spike at the front of this creature is extremely sharp. Even an ultimate ninth will Emperor Realm cultivator could be ambushed by it if they are not careful. If I hadn't discovered it earlier, you would probably be dead by now, Xiao He said solemnly. It's that terrifying. Even an ultimate ninth will Emperor Realm cultivator could be ambushed by it. Zhuowen could not help but be shocked when he heard this. He never thought that this tiny creature would actually be so powerful. It's a good thing that this beast is extremely afraid of the Dragon Clan's aura. That's why it was so afraid of me from the beginning. If this beast had really fought with its life on the line, I might not have been able to take it down so easily. Xiao He pursed her lips. Her gaze focused on the still trembling soul-devouring bug in the black cage as she shook her head. Zhuowen also understood why the soul-devouring bug had fled when it saw Xiao He. It was because it was afraid of the Dragon Clan's aura. It looks like he had benefited from Xiao He this time. How do we deal with the soul-devouring insects? Zhuowen asked after a moment of hesitation. This soul-devouring insect was too much of a threat to him. He couldn't guarantee when this thing would break out of the black cage and attack him. The soul-devouring bug's body is extremely tough. You've also felt how terrifying it is just now. Therefore, it's basically impossible for you to destroy this soul-devouring bug with your current strength. Zhuowen frowned slightly when he heard this. The soul-devouring bug was quite a big threat. He did not dare to stay with such a terrifying creature for more than 15 minutes. After thinking about it, Zhuowen decided to quickly open the bronze coffin and leave Zhongling Mountain after obtaining the benefits inside. Let's take a look at what's inside this bronze coffin. After pondering for a moment, Zhuowen finally arrived in front of the bronze coffin. He slammed his right hand on the coffin lid, which had originally revealed a gap, and more than half of it was directly pushed open by Zhuowen. The scene inside was completely revealed to him. As Zhuowen expected, there was indeed a skeleton lying in the coffin. However, the surface of the skeleton was bluish-gray, which looked quite strange. In addition to the skeleton, Zhuowen also found a scarlet token inside. Gently picking up the scarlet token, Zhuowen looked at it carefully. He knew that the things that could be buried with this coffin were not simple goods. The blood-red token was only the size of a palm and was completely blood-red. Moreover, its surface even faintly emitted the smell of blood, causing Zhuowen to frown slightly. He thought to himself that this blood-red token was strange. The scarlet token was engraved with words on both sides. The word blood was engraved on the front, and the word demon was engraved on the back. When combined, it was the word, blood demon. Blood demon? Is this token related to the blood demon? Looking at the words on the token, Zhuowen frowned slightly. He could not help but sigh in his heart that he was really fated to meet the blood demon. When he fought with LV Yongsheng, the latter used the blood demon's moves. Now, he encountered a token related to the blood demon at the top of Zhongling Mountain. Nonsense. Since the two words, blood demon, are written on this token, it means that this token has an extremely important relationship with the blood demon. Moreover, this dragon lord feels that this token is very likely not simple. I heard that there is an extremely powerful inheritance on the fourth floor called the blood demon inheritance. Perhaps this token is related to the blood demon inheritance on the fourth floor. Xiao He also saw the words on the scarlet token. He rubbed his chin and analyzed. Hearing this, Zhuowen also nodded. He also felt that this token was related to the blood demon inheritance on the fourth floor. However, it was said that the blood demon inheritance was extremely terrifying. In the past, many geniuses had chosen that inheritance. However, they all died in the inheritance land. Moreover, the most exciting genius in the previous batch, Lu Hantian, did not succeed in obtaining the blood demon inheritance. In the end, he fled the inheritance land in a sorry state and died in depression. From this, it could be seen that the blood demon inheritance was not something that ordinary people could obtain. Zhuowen knew his own limits. With his strength, it was very difficult to obtain the blood demon inheritance. Therefore, he did not have extravagant hopes of obtaining the blood demon inheritance. Zhuowen silently put away the blood-colored token and began to search the coffin again. He did not believe that such a large coffin would only contain such a useless blood-colored token. After searching for a long time, Zhuowen even searched every corner. However, Zhuowen was disappointed. There was nothing else in the coffin. Damn it! It's gone. There's actually nothing left. Zhuowen's face twitched as he took a deep breath, and he couldn't help but curse while he felt extremely depressed in his heart. Could it be that I've only obtained a blood-colored command token that doesn't seem to be of any use after working so hard to get here? Wait. Kid, look at that corner. There seems to be some words. Go take a look. Suddenly, Xiao He came to the corner of the coffin. She pointed at the corner with her little claws, and her eyes revealed a trace of light. Hearing this, Zhuowen immediately came to the corner where Xiao He was. Sure enough, he saw a line of words there. Fated person. Congratulations on reaching the peak of Zhongling Mountain. Being able to reach the peak of Zhongling Mountain means that your strength, perseverance, and insight far surpass ordinary people. This bronze coffin is a heaven-rank spirit treasure refined by me. Although it can't compare to a powerful monarch spirit treasure like Zhongling Mountain, its power is quite extraordinary. Now, as long as you agree to a request of mine and swear to the heavenly Tao, this bronze coffin will directly recognize you as its master. In the future, this heaven-rank spirit treasure will belong to you. My request is very simple. That is to head to the fourth level of the Origin Chi Tower and enter the Blood Demon Inheritance to obtain the Blood Demon Inheritance. Perhaps you still don't understand the Blood Demon Inheritance. The Blood Demon Inheritance on the fourth level is the most terrifying of all the inheritances. As long as you can obtain this inheritance, you will benefit endlessly. Of course, it is also the most difficult and dangerous. If you are not careful, it is very likely that your life will be in danger. However, you can rest assured. There is a blood demon token in the bronze coffin. This blood demon token is actually a type of pass to the blood demon inheritance. There are a total of 18 obstacles in the blood demon inheritance. As long as you pass the first 8 obstacles and use the blood demon token, you will be able to directly enter the core area of the blood demon inheritance. There, you will be able to directly receive the inheritance. Seeing this, Zhuowen frowned slightly. At the same time, he looked at the bronze coffin in front of him with some surprise. He did not expect that this ordinary bronze coffin in front of him would actually be a heaven-rank spirit treasure. Moreover, the owner of this coffin had said that this bronze coffin was personally refined by him. Obviously, the owner of this coffin was definitely a peerless expert. After all, not just anyone could refine a heaven-rank spirit treasure. It required a cultivation of at least the fourth venerable realm or above. However, what Zhuowen did not understand was why the owner of this coffin wanted him to receive the blood demon inheritance. Could it be that after he received the blood demon inheritance, the owner of this coffin would benefit in some way? Xiao He. Shaking his head, Zhuowen had no choice but to ask Xiao He for help. He felt that the owner of this coffin's request was somewhat strange. Continue reading. There is a paragraph of writing at the bottom. Xiao He shook her head and suddenly pointed at the bottom. Hearing this, Zhuowen also noticed the writing at the bottom. As it was written at the bottom corner, Zhuowen did not notice it at first. A fated person. Perhaps you are very puzzled as to why I want you to receive the blood demon inheritance. I will tell you the truth. In fact, the ancient blood demon is not dead. Its soul is hidden in the land of the blood demon inheritance. At that time, I discovered it by chance. However, before I could say anything, I was discovered by the soul of the blood demon and had a great battle with it. In the end, I was naturally defeated. However, the soul of the blood demon was not any better. It was severely injured by me and fell into a deep sleep in the land of the inheritance. As long as the blood demon is given a certain amount of time, the soul of the blood demon will awaken again. The only way to destroy the soul of the blood demon is for someone to successfully obtain the blood demon inheritance. As long as the blood demon inheritance is taken away by someone, the soul of the blood demon will have no medium to rely on. At that time, it will naturally disperse. However, the blood demon inheritance is too difficult. Very few warriors can successfully obtain it. However, a fated person, since you were able to climb to the top of Zhongling Mountain, it means that you are not an ordinary genius warrior. You might be able to successfully obtain the blood demon inheritance and completely destroy the soul of the blood demon. Of course, if you are unwilling, I will not force you. After all, this kind of thing is consensual. However, you cannot take away the blood demon token and the bronze coffin. These two items were originally prepared for entering the land of the blood demon inheritance. Seeing this, Zhuowen's expression turned ugly. Needless to say, the land of the blood demon inheritance was extremely dangerous. Zhuowen could ignore the blood demon token, but he had no choice but to pay attention to the bronze coffin. After all, this was a genuine heaven-rank soul treasure. It would be of great benefit to him. Chapter 530. The bronze coffin's function. Xiao He. Do you think I should follow this person's request and head to the blood devil's inheritance land? Zhuowen was still somewhat hesitant in his heart. After all, this bronze coffin was a genuine heavenly soul treasure. It was a soul treasure that was even more terrifying than the 9-will burning sky cauldron in his possession. If he could obtain this soul treasure, his strength would definitely rise to a whole new level. Xiao He pondered for a moment, then spread out his hands and said, "This matter still needs to be decided by you. However, this dragon lord must warn you in advance that the blood devil's inheritance will definitely be extremely difficult. Even if you succeed, your chances of success are not high. Therefore, you should consider it carefully." Hearing this, Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He gritted his teeth and said, "I'll do it. It would be a waste if I don't take the heavenly soul treasure. After all, after reaching the 4th floor, I will have to fight for the inheritance. It's not impossible to attempt the blood devil's inheritance land." In the end, Zhuowen could not resist the temptation of the heavenly soul treasure. After all, heavenly soul treasures were just too rare. Even the house of Marquis Qin probably did not have many of them. How could Zhuowen let go of such a precious item? As for the Blood Devil's inheritance land, although Zhuowen was extremely afraid of it, he also knew that the owner of this bronze coffin had already prepared this Blood Devil token and bronze coffin for him. In fact, it could already be considered as reducing the difficulty of the Blood Devil's inheritance land by a lot. Therefore, Zhuowen decided to take a gamble. After all, Zhuowen had heard of the Blood Devil's inheritance land from Lu Nantian long ago. Even Lu Hantian had almost fallen from this terrifying inheritance. However, if he succeeded in obtaining it, the benefits would be limitless. The path of martial arts is like sailing against the current. If you don't advance, you will fall behind. If you shrink back even a little bit, I'm afraid that your future achievements will not be too high. This time, I will take a good gamble for the Blood Devil's inheritance land. As he spoke, Zhuowen's eyes flashed. He took a step forward, casually took out a dagger, and lightly cut his palm. Immediately, cherry-red blood flowed out from his palm. His bloody palm gently pressed against the bronze coffin, then silently swore to the heavens in his heart that this time, he would definitely enter the Blood Devil's inheritance land. Otherwise, he would be destroyed by the heavens and the Devil's inheritance land, the heavens. After making the oath, a blazing green light burst out from the bronze coffin. Then, the bronze coffin shrank to the size of a palm, quietly lying in Zhuowen's palm. At the same time, the information about how to use the bronze coffin entered Zhuowen's mind. Zhuowen, who had been troubled about how to use the coffin, suddenly felt enlightened after receiving this information. It turned out that this bronze coffin was not an offensive spirit treasure. In a sense, it was an auxiliary heaven-rank spirit treasure. However, its use surprised Zhuowen. The information in his mind introduced the use of the bronze coffin. It could create powerful puppets, and the puppets were completely controlled by Zhuowen. The use of creating puppets didn't seem very eye-catching and was even a little ordinary. However, the puppets created by the bronze coffin weren't those low-level puppets that couldn't even truss up a chicken. Instead, they had a certain level of intelligence and were high-level puppets that were similar to human martial artists. These puppets even had a certain level of human emotions. Of course, this was not what attracted Zhuowen. What attracted Zhuowen was that as long as enough treasures were placed in the bronze coffin, it could even create Ultimate Emperor stage powerhouses. Moreover, there was no limit to the number of Ultimate Emperor stage powerhouses. A Ultimate Emperor stage powerhouse was an existence comparable to the leaders of the 5 superpowers in the prefecture. Aside from the number 1 powerhouse in Muqin County, Lu Nantian, who had stepped into the 4th Emperor stage, the other 4 leaders, Su Chang, Qin Ye, Xian Yuanli, and the Master of the Meteorite, were all at the peak of the Ultimate Emperor stage. In other words, if Zhuowen had enough treasures as materials for the bronze coffin, he could use it to create a puppet for a supreme expert like the Ultimate Emperor realm. With such a puppet, no matter how much Su Chang hated him, he wouldn't dare to touch him at all. Even the other super giants would treat him with respect. Kid. This bronze coffin is a heaven-rank spirit treasure. Tell me what it does. Don't just stand there and laugh like an idiot, Xiao He said as he knocked Zhuowen's forehead when he saw Zhuowen laughing like an idiot. After regaining his senses, Zhuowen explained the bronze coffin's use to Xiao He in detail. Xiao He revealed a trace of surprise after he finished listening. It can even create a supreme expert like the Ultimate 9 Wheels Emperor realm. This bronze coffin is indeed impressive. I wonder if it can create 4 puppets at the Ultimate 9 Wheels Emperor realm. Blackie smacked his lips and laughed. That's not very possible. It said that the strongest puppet is only at the pinnacle level of the 9 Wheels Emperor realm. If even 4 Will Emperor realm experts, who are strong enough to be conferred the title of Marquis, this bronze coffin is too abnormal. Zhuowen shook his head. After all, the bronze coffin was only a heaven-rank spirit treasure. If a heaven-rank spirit treasure could create 4th Emperor stage puppets, then it would be truly heaven-defying. Therefore, the Ultimate Emperor stage puppets could be considered the peak. Yes. You're right. However, if you want to create a Ultimate Emperor stage puppet, the resources required would be extremely terrifying, right? What kind of puppets can you create with the resources you have now? Xiao He suddenly asked. I'm not too sure either. However, apart from being able to create puppets, this bronze coffin's outer shell is also abnormally hard. It can be used as a defensive spirit treasure. Zhuowen shook his head as an awkward expression appeared on his face. With the resources he had accumulated, it was probably impossible for him to create a Ultimate Emperor stage puppet. However, the owner of the bronze coffin had probably intended for him to use it as a defensive spirit treasure when he gave him the coffin to explore the Blood Devil's land of inheritance. After all, with his wealth, how could he gather so many resources in such a short time to create a Ultimate Emperor stage puppet? You should have a lot of resources on you. After all, you took the Qianquan bags of the enemies you killed in the past. I'm afraid you're planning to bring all those resources back to the Zhuo family, right? However, since you have the bronze coffin now, you can use those resources to create puppets. You can forget about creating a Ultimate Emperor stage puppet. However, you might be able to create a Ultimate Emperor stage puppet with 5 wheels. This will definitely be of help to you when you enter the Blood Devil's land of inheritance. Xiao He looked at Zhuowen with a solemn expression. He knew very well that the 4th floor of the Blood Devil's land of inheritance was extremely terrifying. If Zhuowen was not adequately prepared, the chances of him dying were very high. Hearing this, a trace of hesitation appeared on Zhuowen's face. He gritted his teeth and said, "All right. Then I'll use all those resources. I hope the puppets I create won't disappoint me." As he spoke, Zhuowen suddenly slapped his Qianquan bag. Immediately, countless streams of light flew out and entered the bronze coffin. These streams of light included spiritual herbs, spirit treasures, pills, and other items with sufficient energy. However, Zhuowen had no use for them. Originally, Zhuowen had planned to bring these things back to the Zhuo family. However, it seemed that this plan had to be put aside for the time being. Now, he had to increase his strength as soon as possible. After all, after the battle for the Vitality Tower, Su Chang would not let this matter rest. Clang! When the last stream of light flew out of Zhuowen's Qianquan bag and into the bronze coffin, the cyan coffin lid suddenly closed. Soon after, the bronze coffin quietly floated above Zhuowen's head. Zhuowen knew that it would take at least 2 or 3 days to create puppets from the bronze coffin. Therefore, he was not in a hurry. Instead, he silently sat cross-legged on the ground and began to silently cultivate with the help of the rich yuan qi in the surroundings. After all, this was the peak of Zhongling Mountain. The density of yuan qi here was far from what other places could compare to. Zhuowen could use these few days to consolidate his realm and strength. Time gradually passed. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, many cultivators in the square outside Zhongling Mountain would occasionally focus their gazes on the peak of Zhongling Mountain. They were all guessing when Zhuowen would come down and what benefits Zhuowen would obtain. On the platform, Lu Nantian and the other leaders of the various forces were silently waiting for Zhuowen's appearance. After all, only after Zhuowen came out would they announce the names of the top 100 participants and the opening of the 4th floor of the Vitality Tower. At the peak of Zhongling Mountain, Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes. An imperceptible light flashed in the depths of his eyes. At the same time, an aura surged out from his body like a tide. I never thought that the air at the peak of Zhongling Mountain would actually contain a trace of spirit qi. 3 days have actually allowed me to advance from the late stage to the peak stage of the Ultimate Emperor realm. Zhuowen could not help but reveal a trace of joy when he sensed the powerful aura bursting out from his body. Rumble. Suddenly, the bronze coffin that had been floating above Zhuowen's head trembled slightly. Then, like a meteor, it directly landed in front of Zhuowen. Creak. The lid of the bronze coffin gently opened, and a black figure slowly walked out. This was a young man around the age of 22. He wore a blue robe, and his shoulder-length hair was casually draped over his back. His face was filled with indifference and dullness. However, Zhuowen felt a threatening aura from this young man. Looks like this is a puppet created by the bronze coffin. It looks very real. It's basically no different from a human. It's much more realistic than the reverse spirit puppet you obtained back then. Xiao He sized up the white-clothed young man before him and clicked his tongue in wonder. It's indeed extremely realistic. Moreover, this puppet's strength is not bad. It actually possesses the strength of an early-stage Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. Although this strength is not comparable to Lvitao's, it's not far off. Chapter 531. Bai Lin, greetings, Master. The young man in white knelt on the ground with one knee as he stared at Zhuowen with a burning gaze. It was as if in his eyes, Zhuowen was the person he admired the most. It has some spiritual intelligence and its speech is very clear. Xiao He nodded. Obviously, he was quite satisfied with the puppet in front of him. Zhuowen also sized up the puppet in front of him. Other than its somewhat dull expression, the puppet's appearance was almost exactly the same as a human's. If one did not carefully examine it, one would not be able to tell that it was actually a lifeless puppet. From now on, you will be called Bai Lin. This way, it will be easier to call you in the future. Zhuowen casually gave the puppet a name in front of him. Thank you, Master, for giving me a name. Bai Lin heard this and a smile immediately appeared on his face as he cupped his hands. Zhuowen nodded when he heard this. After that, he gestured with his right hand, and Bai Lin was immediately absorbed into the bronze coffin. After that, the bronze coffin returned to the size of a palm and was caught by Zhuowen. Looking around, Zhuowen said softly, since this matter is over, we should leave Zhongling Mountain. Xiao He on the side nodded when he heard this. He immediately turned into a black light and drilled into the depths of Zhuowen's eyebrows. Zhuowen gently took out his identity token and formed a seal with his right hand. Suddenly, a white light enveloped Zhuowen and Zhuowen's figure slowly disappeared. In the square outside Zhongling Mountain, many genius warriors were staring at Zhongling Mountain. They were all waiting for Zhuowen to appear. It's been 3 days. Why hasn't Zhuowen come out yet? Did something happen at the top of the mountain? I'm afraid he got a great benefit at the top of the mountain. After all, the top of Zhongling Mountain is extremely mysterious. It is said that there is a great fortune inside. However, no one has ever gone up, so no one knows what is inside. If there is really a great fortune, Zhuowen will probably get a lot of benefits inside. While many martial artists were complaining, a beam of light shot up from the end of the square, and a slender figure slowly appeared in front of everyone. Swish! Swish! The instant this figure appeared in front of everyone, the gazes of everyone in the square gathered on this figure. After which, the entire square became silent because the person who appeared in front of them was Zhuowen, whom they had been waiting for all this while. Feeling the various gazes directed at him, Zhuowen ignored them all. Instead, he casually found a corner in the square and sat down, waiting for the opening of the 4th floor. Brother Zhuo. You're really awesome. You actually surpassed Lvitao and obtained first place in Zhongling Mountain. You even climbed to the peak of Zhongling Mountain and broke the record of Zhongling Mountain for thousands of years. A fervent voice suddenly sounded in Zhuowen's ears. Slightly raising his head, Zhuowen immediately saw Ouyang Hanxian dressed in white. He had an excited expression as he walked in front of Zhuowen. After that, he sat beside Zhuowen without any trace of politeness. Brother Hanxian. Seeing Ouyang Hanxian, Zhuowen's face revealed a trace of a smile. Broken Rock City's Ouyang Hanxian, Ouyang Yintu, and Qiu Qiu had helped him a lot. Although this Ouyang Hanxian was somewhat scheming, he was indeed not bad to him and could be considered one of his few friends. Brother Zhuo. You don't know how wonderful the expressions of the martial artists in the square were when you climbed to the peak of Zhongling Mountain. Even the faces of the 5 super geniuses were even more wonderful. At this moment, Ouyang Hanxian was extremely excited. He kept telling Zhuowen about the expressions of the other martial artists when he climbed Zhongling Mountain. He described it vividly, while Zhuowen sat at the side and listened with a smile. After Ouyang Hanxian finished speaking, Zhuowen asked curiously, "Brother Hanxian, I wonder if you entered the top 100 this time." Hearing this, Ouyang Hanchuan's face revealed a smug expression. He smiled and said, "I was lucky enough to enter the top 100. I just happened to be ranked 100th. It could be said that it was all due to luck." Zhuowen was slightly surprised. Ouyang Hanchuan's cultivation wasn't high. He was only at the initial stage of the second Will Extreme Emperor stage. However, he was actually able to enter the top 100 of Zhongling Mountain. It seemed that Ouyang Hanxian had some secrets. However, Zhuowen naturally wouldn't dig into this matter. He just changed the topic at the right time. After all, everyone had their own secrets. For example, Zhuowen had many more secrets than others. It is said that only 5 ancient inheritances will appear on the 4th floor of the Origin Chi Tower. I'm afraid that these 5 ancient inheritances are not fated with us. They should have been dominated by the 5 super geniuses. However, Brother Zhua, with your potential and strength, you should have the possibility of competing for an ancient inheritance. Ouyang Hanxian sighed slightly. Then, he looked hopefully at Zhuowen in front of him. He knew that others might not be able to compete with the 5 super geniuses, but Zhuowen in front of him was very likely to obtain one of the ancient inheritances. After all, Zhuowen's performance on Zhongling Mountain was too amazing. In addition, even LV Yongsheng had been defeated by Zhuowen. Therefore, other genius warriors had already thought that Zhuowen was the most likely candidate to obtain an inheritance from the 5 super geniuses. That's not necessarily true. The ancient inheritances on the 4th floor rely on one's own opportunities. They may not be obtained by strength. Zhuowen shook his head. However, with his current strength, it wasn't difficult for him to obtain one of the ancient inheritances. However, his goal this time wasn't an ordinary inheritance. It was the most terrifying Blood Devil inheritance. Therefore, he wasn't very interested in the 5 new inheritances that had appeared. Just as Zhuowen was conversing with Ouyang Hanxian, LV Yitao suddenly stood up and walked towards Zhuowen's direction. LV Yitao's actions immediately attracted everyone's attention. However, when they saw that LV Yitao was walking towards Zhuowen's direction, everyone's eyes revealed a strange expression. LV Yitao is actually walking towards Zhuowen. Could it be that he wants to find trouble with Zhuowen? Probably not. After all, there are ancient restrictions on the plaza. Furthermore, LV Nantian and the rest are watching from outside. LV Yitao shouldn't be reckless. Discussions slowly sounded out. Everyone was puzzled by LV Yitao's actions. Zhuowen also sensed something. He raised his head slightly and his gaze immediately fell on LV Yitao, who was walking towards him. He frowned slightly, but he was secretly on guard in his heart. LV Yitao was a genuine ultimate 5-wheel emperor. If this person really wanted to find trouble with him, he would have to use all his strength. He might even be forced to use the puppet by Lin. Ouyang Hanxian, who was beside him, also noticed LV Yitao walking over. His expression was slightly startled, but he still stood firmly beside Zhuowen. He stared at LV Yitao without fear. LV Yitao directly ignored Ouyang Hanxian. Instead, he stared at Zhuowen and said indifferently, "Zhuowen. What is the stone statue on the peak of Zhongling Mountain? Can you tell me?" Hearing this, Zhuowen couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't expect LV Yitao to come and ask him this question. After pondering for a moment, Zhuowen shook his head and said, "There is no stone statue on the peak of the mountain. That stone statue is an illusion in your heart. In other words, the 10,000 step of Zhongling Mountain does not have any pressure. It is just an illusion. Hearing these words, Lvitao's pupils shrank. He recalled everything that happened when he reached the 10,000 step, as well as the stone statue that looked down at him from the top of the mountain. He finally realized that the one who eliminated him was himself. Just as Zhuowen had said, the 10,000 step didn't have any pressure. It was just an illusion that entered one's heart. If his heart wasn't in chaos at that time, the 10,000 step would have been broken by itself. However, his heart was in chaos at that time. He knew that if his heart wasn't in chaos at that time, the one who would reach the top of the mountain would be him and not Zhuowen in front of him. Actually, you could have won, but you lost to yourself in the end. Zhuowen shook his head and said meaningfully. Others might not understand this sentence, but Lvitao understood it. His indifferent face couldn't help but reveal a trace of bitterness. Zhuowen. A loss is a loss. After all, the one who reached the top of the mountain was you and not me. It's useless to regret now. Moreover, to be able to force me to that point, your heart is very strong and I admire it very much. When your strength increases a little, I will find you to compete again. Taking a deep look at Zhuowen, Lvitao slowly turned around and returned to his place. Not far away, Su Tianliang, who originally wanted to watch a good show, had a disappointed expression on his face. He thought that Lvitao would teach Zhuowen a lesson. In the end, he was happy for nothing. Forget it. When we enter the 4th floor, we can also teach this little bastard a lesson. Su Tianliang muttered hatefully. On the other hand, Zhuowen silently looked at Lvitao in the distance, a thoughtful look on his face. Just now, when Lvitao left, he sent me a message. You have to be careful of Su Tianliang and Zhu Qi Luo Xing just told me that these two people will probably harm you in the 4th floor. Although your potential is very strong, your strength is still not enough. If you want to save your life, it's best to avoid those two people. This Lvitao's temperament is very good. He's not like his second and third brothers, who are full of evil tricks and seek revenge for the smallest grievance. He has the demeanor of a gentleman. Xiao Hei's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Her words couldn't hide her admiration for Lvitao. Zhuowen also nodded. It seemed that this Lvitao was able to become the #1 genius of Muqin County not by chance. This person's talent and temperament could be considered to be the best choice. His future achievements would definitely be limitless. However, since Su Tianliang and Zhu Qi want to harm me, then when we enter the 4th floor, don't blame me for being ruthless. As he spoke, Zhuowen tilted his head slightly. His gaze immediately focused on Su Tianliang, who had a gloomy expression, and Zhu Qi, who had an indifferent expression. Putting aside Zhu Qi for the time being, Zhuowen would definitely settle old scores with Su Tianliang. Chapter 532. Ancient ruins. The crowd in the square did not have to wait for long before a vast and solemn voice resounded through the sky like a tide. They knew that Lu Nantian had finally spoken. Congratulations to those who have entered the top 100. You now have the qualifications to enter the 4th floor of the Origin Qi Tower. As soon as these words were spoken, those who entered the top 100 revealed excited expressions. As for those who did not enter the top 100, their faces were gloomy. The 4th floor of the Origin Qi Tower is filled with ancient ruins. There are many treasures left behind from ancient times in those ruins. If you have the strength and opportunity, you can even obtain rare treasures like the Heavenly Soul treasure. As for the place where the ancient inheritance is located, it is at the end of the 4th floor. There is a huge land of inheritance there. If you want to enter the land of inheritance, you must obtain the corresponding key. This key is hidden in the ancient ruins outside the land of inheritance. Let me make it clear that there are only a total of 10 keys. Therefore, only 10 people are qualified to enter the land of inheritance. There will be 5 ancient inheritances that are open to the public. Of course, in addition to these 5, there is also an inheritance that has always been open to the public. That is the blood demon inheritance. However, this old man has a word of advice for you. The process of inheriting the blood demon inheritance is extremely terrifying. If you are unable to inherit it successfully, you will undoubtedly die. Therefore, if you do not have a certain level of strength, it is best not to choose the blood demon inheritance. Moreover, in my opinion, among the 100 of you, I am afraid that not one will be able to successfully obtain the blood demon inheritance. Therefore, it is best to act according to your strength. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd in the square burst into an uproar. They had naturally heard of the terror of the blood demon inheritance. At the same time, the blood demon inheritance was considered the strongest inheritance in the land of inheritance. It was the highest inheritance that surpassed the other inheritances. Once one obtained the blood demon inheritance, it would not be a problem for them to enter the 4 sovereigns' realm in the future. They might even be able to peek into the supreme sovereign realm. With such strength, they would be able to stand on equal footing with the Azure Emperor of the Azure Mystic Empire. Everyone was extremely clear about the importance of the inheritance. This was because the ancient inheritance did not only contain secret martial arts manuals, but also the accumulated experience of generations. After all, the inheritance condensed all the essence of the ancient sect. Obtaining the inheritance also meant obtaining the accumulated results of generations of ancient sections. It went without saying how precious such results were to a cultivator. It was precisely because of this reason that ancient inheritances possessed such a strong allure, causing countless geniuses to fight for them. And the more powerful an ancient inheritance was, the more terrifying it would be for a cultivator. And the blood demon inheritance, which was known as the #1 inheritance in the land of inheritance, was undoubtedly the inheritance that gave the greatest boost to a cultivator. However, the blood devil's inheritance was infamous. Although the blood devil's inheritance was tempting enough, many people knew their limits. Therefore, they didn't plan to place their attention on it. After hearing Lu Nanshan's last sentence, the indifferent Lu Nantian clenched his fists slightly. He knew that Lu Nanshan's words were meant for himself. Do what you can. Lu Yitao's eyes flickered, but he still sighed in the end. He knew how much Lu Nantian expected of him. After all, the War of the 9 Counties was about to begin. If something happened to him because of the Blood Devil's inheritance, this War of the 9 Counties would probably be the same as the previous one. In the previous War of the Origin Chi Tower, Lu Hantian, the #1 genius of Muqin County, stubbornly chose the Blood Devil's inheritance. In the end, he failed and died, leaving the other geniuses of Muqin County without a leader. Therefore, Muqin County lost miserably that time. If Lu Yitao entered the 4th floor this time and chose the Blood Devil's inheritance like Lu Hantian, he would most likely end up in a disaster. At that time, the War of the 9 Counties would very likely repeat the previous fiasco. Therefore, Lu Nantian said to do what you can. Forget it. Right now, I need to focus on the big picture. Shaking his head, Lu Yitao also had no confidence in the Blood Devil's inheritance. After all, Lu Hantian died because of it, so he naturally didn't have much confidence. However, I wonder if Zhuowen can successfully pass the trial inside and obtain the inheritance if he enters the Blood Devil's inheritance. Thinking of this, Lu Yitao couldn't help but look at Zhuowen, who was not far away. He knew that Zhuowen was not simple to be able to reach the peak of Zhongling Mountain. Even he couldn't see through the former, so he couldn't help but think that Zhuowen might be able to pass the Blood Devil's inheritance. However, he quickly threw away this unrealistic idea. Although Zhuowen reached the peak of Zhongling Mountain, it only meant that this child had extremely high potential. However, his strength was too weak. Entering the Blood Devil's inheritance was simply courting death. I really don't know which monstrous cultivator will obtain the Blood Devil's inheritance on the 4th floor, or if no one will ever be qualified to obtain it. In the sky, Lu Nanshan's voice was silent for a while before it resounded again. If no one has any objections, then this lord will now open the entrance to the 4th floor of the Origin Chi Tower for all of you. Just as LV Nanshan's voice fell, thick white light pillars sprinkled down from the distant horizon. There were more than 100 pillars of light that were like pillars that supported the heavens. They enveloped a portion of the martial artists in the square, and the martial artists that were enveloped were undoubtedly the top 100 geniuses. The other cultivators in the square who weren't enveloped by the light pillars looked at the figures in the light pillars with envy. They all knew that the true opportunity of the Origin Chi Tower was on the 4th floor. After all, the 4th floor of the Yuan Chi Tower contained an endless amount of ancient ruins. Even if those in the top 100 could not compete for 5 ancient inheritances, the treasures in the ancient ruins were all extremely valuable and powerful. Even obtaining one of them would greatly increase one's strength. This time, 5 new ancient inheritances will appear on the 4th floor of the Origin Chi Tower. I wonder which 5 will obtain these 5 ancient inheritances. It should be the 5 super geniuses. After all, the ancient inheritances that appear every time the Origin Chi Tower battle appear, they are basically divided among the geniuses of the 5 super forces. That's true, but that Zhuowen also has a very good chance of obtaining one of the ancient inheritances. After all, his performance on Zhongling Mountain was too amazing. Not necessarily. That Zhuowen's performance on Zhongling Mountain was so eye-catching, it can only mean that his potential is very strong. However, his strength is only around the Ultimate Emperor stage. There is still a certain gap between him and the 5 super geniuses. The beam of light on the square flashed, and the 100 geniuses disappeared from the square in an instant. The rest of the warriors on the square naturally began to discuss without restraint. Of course, their most fervent topic was naturally the ownership of the 5 ancient inheritances in the Land of Inheritance. Although Zhuowen's performance on Zhongling Mountain was very amazing, no one was very optimistic about him. After all, Zhongling Mountain not only tested one's strength, but also one's potential. Obviously, the fact that Zhuowen could reach the peak meant that his potential was limitless. With Zhuowen's potential, as long as he was given enough time, surpassing the 5 super geniuses wouldn't be a problem. However, Zhuowen's strength was still too weak. Compared to the other 5 super geniuses, he was still lacking by a large margin. Of course, discussions were just discussions. If these people knew Zhuowen's true strength, they probably wouldn't be so unconfident about Zhuowen. After all 365 acupoints in Zhuowen's body had been opened. The nirvana of the Great Sun had reached the beginner level, and the strength of his body had reached an unparalleled level. His strength was comparable to that of an Ultimate Emperor stage expert. Even an ordinary Ultimate Emperor stage expert might not necessarily be a match for Zhuowen. Among the 5 super geniuses, Su Tianyang and Qin Batian were the weakest. They were both at the peak of the Ultimate Emperor stage. Zhu Qi was slightly more difficult to deal with as he was at the early stage of the Ultimate Emperor stage. However, with the strength of Zhuowen's body, he didn't fear the 3 of them at all. In fact, if they were to fight, Zhuowen's chances of victory were very high. However, Luo Xing and LV Yitao were 2 super geniuses. Zhuowen was probably much more difficult to deal with. It was said that Luo Xing was already at the peak of the Ultimate Emperor stage. If Zhuowen only relied on the strength of his body, he probably wouldn't be a match for Luo Xing. However, if he added in some of his trump cards, he might be able to fight evenly with Luo Xing. On the other hand, the number 1 genius of Muqin County, LV Yitao, had already reached the peak of the Ultimate Emperor stage. If Zhuowen didn't take out the Heaven Tier Spirit Treasure, the Bronze Coffin, he probably wouldn't be able to resist LV Yitao at all. However, the Bronze Coffin was Zhuowen's final trump card, so Zhuowen wouldn't reveal it too early. With LV Yitao's attitude, he probably wouldn't lower himself to deal with Zhuowen. Of course, even if he had to deal with Zhuowen, Zhuowen wouldn't be afraid. Zhuowen only saw a white light flash before his eyes as a trace of dizziness flashed through his mind. When he gradually recovered, Zhuowen discovered that he was no longer in the plaza on the third floor. This was a small, barren hill. Within a radius of 10 miles around the small hill, there was a transparent, oval-shaped barrier of light. Outside the barrier of light was an endless wasteland, which seemed to be filled with vicissitudes and ancientness. At this moment, on the small hill, a beam of light flashed. The other cultivators were also teleported in by the beam of light. They were all rubbing their heads, their faces confused and puzzled. Obviously, they weren't used to the unfamiliar environment around them. This should be the fourth floor of the Origin Chi Tower, Zhuowen muttered to himself as he looked around at the barren environment. Brother Zhuo. At this moment, the white-clothed Ouyang Hanxian was also teleported in. He hurriedly came to Zhuowen's side. Here, he only knew Zhuowen. Moreover, Zhuowen was stronger than him. Being with Zhuowen was at least much safer than being alone. After all, the fourth floor of the Origin Chi Tower was no longer restricted by the ancient restrictions and rules. It was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be some cultivators with bad intentions who wanted to rob the Qiankuan bags from other cultivators. Chapter 533. Trouble. Slightly nodding his head towards Ouyang Hanxian, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed as he gazed at the outside environment through the light barrier. He discovered that there were still a few sparse buildings on the endless wasteland outside. However, those buildings looked extremely dilapidated. It looked like a scene of decay after a war. It was not difficult to guess that a long time ago, an extremely tragic war had taken place on this wasteland. Ouyang Hanxian also noticed Zhuowen's line of sight. His gaze also landed on the dilapidated buildings in the distance. With a smile, he said, "Those dilapidated buildings should be the remnants of the ancient times. These remnants of the ancient times are basically like this, extremely dilapidated. Ancient ruins." Hearing this, Zhuowen's eyes lit up. If the ancient ruins were relatively intact, there would be good things inside. Now, Zhuowen was extremely short of resources. If he could obtain enough resources from these ancient ruins, he was afraid that he could rely on the bronze coffin to raise Bai Lin's strength to the ultimate Nine-Will Emperor realm. Once Bai Lin's strength reached the ultimate Nine-Will Emperor realm, Zhuowen would not be afraid of the revenge of the Marquis of Baichuan's mansion. At this time, the 100 warriors on the small hill had basically all arrived. These warriors were close friends or disciples of the same force. They gathered in groups of 3 or 5, divided into small groups. Zhuowen. You have to be careful of Su Tianliang and Zhu Qi. I'm afraid they will do you harm. If you can join the team of our Jade Lady Star Court. With the strength of our Jade Lady Star Court, Su Tianliang and Zhu Qi will not easily touch you. While Zhuowen was silently observing the surrounding environment, a clear and melodious voice slowly rang in his ears. Slightly startled, Zhuowen slightly raised his head and immediately saw Qing Lian, who was in the team of Jade Lady Star Court, not far away, looking at him with concern. Looking at the concerned expression on Qing Lian's face, Zhuowen felt a little warm in his heart. He nodded at her and replied with a sound transmission, "Miss Qing Lian, thank you for your kindness. I have my ways to deal with Su Tianliang and Zhu Qi." Hearing Zhuowen's words, Qing Lian knew that Zhuowen probably had a backup plan. Therefore, she wasn't worried. After all, she had seen the various records that Zhuowen had created along the way. Therefore, she still believed in Zhuowen's strength. Don't call me Miss Qing Lian in the future. Just call me Qing Lian. After all, we are considered friends. After hesitating for a while, Qing Lian suddenly shyly transmitted her voice. On the elegant face of Qing Lian, who was in the team of Jade Lady Star Court, there was a rare touch of shyness, like a lotus flower emerging from the water. Zhuowen naturally saw Qing Lian's unusual behavior. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Since that's the case, I'll directly call you Qing Lian in the future." After all, you treat me as a friend, so I, Zhuowen, will naturally treat you as a friend. You have to be careful in the ancient ruins this time. I will. Seeing that Zhuowen really called her by her name, Qing Lian was overjoyed and the corners of her mouth bloomed into a sweet smile. However, Zhuowen did not see any of this because when he was talking to Qing Lian, two malicious gazes were fixed on his back, causing the hairs on his back to stand on end. Tilting his head slightly, Zhuowen immediately saw that not far behind him, the owners of these two gazes were Su Tianliang and Zhu Qi. At this moment, the two of them had quite a number of subordinates beside them. Basically, they were all disciples of the House of Marquis Baichuan and the House of the Imperial Sword. After all, the 5 great super factions were the 5 strongest factions in Muqin County. They produced many geniuses. Hence, the 5 great factions occupied nearly half of the top 100 spots this time around. On average, 10 people from each of the 5 great factions had entered the 4th level. Zhuowen. This time, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. After the seal outside the small hill is broken, it will be the time of your death. Cherish your last moments. Su Tianliang's gaze was cold. He brought the 20 people behind him and directly came in front of Zhuowen. His gaze was condescending as he stared at Zhuowen. Zhu Qi stood beside Su Tianliang with his hands crossed in front of his chest. With a cold expression, he said, "Zhuowen. Actually, I, Zhu Qi, have no interest in intervening in the grudge between you and Su Tianliang. If you give me your Qianquan bag, then I won't intervene in the grudge between you and Su Tianliang. How about it? Brother Zhu. You. Didn't we agree on this?" Zhu Qi's words immediately caused Su Tianliang's expression to change slightly. He had clearly discussed with Zhu Qi that they would join hands to kill Zhuowen after entering the 4th level. After that, they would split the items in Zhuowen's Qianquan bag equally. However, Zhu Qi's words immediately caused Su Tianliang's expression to become extremely ugly. He. Brother Su, don't forget that I'm helping you because of this kid's Qianquan bag. If this kid knows what's good for him and hands over his Qianquan bag, then I naturally don't need to fight with him. After all, I'm in a hurry to go to the ancient ruins to find the key. Zhu Qi coldly snorted. His face did not have the slightest bit of shame for breaking the agreement. Instead, he had a natural expression. Moreover, he was not stupid. Since Su Tianliang hated Zhuowen so much, it was obvious that there was no small grudge between them. He would not be used as a tool for others. Hearing this, Su Tianliang coldly snorted. His gaze was fixed on Zhuowen. He believed that Zhuowen would not easily agree to give his Qianquan bag to Zhu Qi. Once he did not agree, Zhu Qi would still join hands with him to kill this Zhuowen in the end. However, Zhuowen shook his head and coldly said, "Who do you think you are? Why should I give my Qianquan bag to you? If your Imperial Sword Gate's leader, Xian Yuanli, came to ask for my Qianquan bag, perhaps I would give it to him. But who do you think you are?" When these words came out, the surroundings suddenly became silent. Soon after, many people stared at Zhuowen in astonishment. They did not expect that Zhuowen's temper would be so bad. He actually did not give Zhu Qi any face. At this moment, Zhu Qi's face was extremely gloomy. Originally, he did not plan to kill Zhuowen. He only wanted Zhuowen to hand over his Qianquan bag. Then, they would naturally not care about the matter between him and Su Tianliang. However, now that Zhuowen said this, the coldness in his heart became even more intense. A trace of killing intent gradually appeared in his heart towards Zhuowen. As the number 1 genius of the Imperial Sword Gate, who would not be respectful towards him? Who would not give him any face like Zhuowen? This almost made Zhu Qi's lungs explode. Sure enough, you have guts. Originally, Brother Su said that you were arrogant and conceited. I did not believe it. After all, you are only a lowly person from a low-level city. What confidence do you have to be so arrogant and conceited? But now, I believe it. An incomparably arrogant brat like you usually ends up in a very miserable state. Zhu Qi coldly said. Su Tianliang's eyes lit up when he saw that Zhuowen was truly angered. He secretly cursed Zhuowen for being brainless. He was actually so arrogant that he did not even take Zhu Qi seriously. After all, Zhu Qi was slightly stronger than him. Even he did not dare to speak so rudely to him. The conflict between Zhuowen and Su Tianliang and Zhu Qi also attracted the attention of the others on the hill. Gazes immediately gathered on Zhuowen, Su Tianliang, and the others. Their gazes were filled with mockery. Su Tianliang and Zhu Qi have actually made trouble for Zhuowen. Looks like Zhuowen is in for it. Zhuowen is alone. Although his performance at Zhongling Mountain was eye-catching, his strength is only at the three-wheel Ultimate Emperor realm. If he offends Su Tianliang and Zhu Qi at the same time, he is basically finished. The surrounding people whispered. They looked at Zhuowen with pity, worry, and schadenfreude. However, most of them silently mourned for Zhuowen. After all, Zhuowen's strength was not high. Facing Su Tianliang and Zhu Qi was simply courting death. Luo Xing, Qing Lian, and Lve Tao, who were not far away, also noticed the strange situation on Zhuowen's side. They all frowned slightly. Senior sister Luo Xing, you must help Zhuowen this time. If you don't help, don't stop me. Qing Lian's beautiful eyes were filled with determination as she whispered to Qing Lian. Hearing this, Luo Xing sighed softly and said, "Don't worry. I will help this time. After all, Zhuowen saved your and Honglian's lives in the dark forest. It is time to repay this favor." As she spoke, Luo Xing led the team of Jade Lady Astral Court slowly to where Zhuowen was. The people of Jade Lady Astral Court are also here. Do they also want to deal with Zhuowen? When Luo Xing led the team to where Luo Xing was, many of the surrounding people were surprised. Luo Xing. Could it be that you want to protect Zhuowen? You have to know that if you want to protect Zhuowen, it means that you have to go against the two super forces of Marquis House of Baichuan and ruling sword school. Seeing Luo Xing leading the team to Zhuowen's side, Su Tianliang's eyelids twitched and he said in a timid voice. Zhu Qi's face also turned ugly. Especially when he looked at Luo Xing, his eyes were filled with coldness. This Zhuowen once saved a disciple of our Jade Lady Astral Court. Jade Lady Astral Court owes him a favor, so I hope you two can give me face and let Zhuowen go. Luo Xing's face was indifferent. Her voice was clear and melodious. Many warriors present showed a touch of infatuation after hearing her melodious voice. On the other hand, Zhuowen glanced at Luo Xing in surprise. He never expected Luo Xing to help him for the first time. He remembered that Luo Xing didn't seem to care at all when the everlasting old man attacked him. However, after seeing Qinglian sticking her tongue out at him beside Luo Xing, he knew that Luo Xing's help was mostly due to Qinglian. Luo Xing. Are you really going to help Zhuowen? Zhu Qi suddenly took a step forward as he stared at Luo Xing with bloodshot eyes. A terrifying aura overflowed from his body as if there was a ferocious beast hidden in his body. Luo Xing frowned. She knew that Zhu Qi had been holding a grudge against her for snatching the title of the second genius, but she did not expect that Zhu Qi would want to attack her. However, Luo Xing was not afraid. After all, she was very clear about the difference in strength between her and Zhu Qi. If they really fought, Zhu Qi would not gain the slightest advantage. Chapter 534. Falling Star Sect. Just when the atmosphere on the hill was at its peak, clear footsteps slowly sounded. Lve Tao, dressed in a white robe, slowly walked over with an indifferent expression. Zhu Qi. Let's end this here. Although you can fight freely on the 4th floor of the Tower of Vitality, we haven't even entered the ancient ruins yet. Aren't you afraid of father's reprimand? Lv Tao paused beside Luo Xing. His eyes narrowed as he stared at Zhu Qi, whose eyes were red and whose aura was boiling. An aura that was many times stronger than Zhu Qi's slowly flowed out and instantly suppressed Zhu Qi. Feeling the aura from Lv Tao's body, Zhu Qi's pupils shrank. He coldly snorted and withdrew the aura from his body. He glanced at Lv Tao with fear, then stared at Zhuowen and coldly said, "Hee hee. Zhuowen, you can only hide behind a woman. You're just a coward." Zhuowen could not be bothered with Zhu Qi's low-level provocation. Instead, he glanced at Lv Tao with some surprise. He did not expect that Lv Tao would actually step forward. This was something he did not expect. It seems that this battle is not going to happen. Zhuowen secretly shook his head and felt a little regretful. With his current strength, he was not afraid of Su Tianliang and Zhu Qi joining forces. He originally wanted to teach Su Tianliang and Zhu Qi a lesson, but now it seemed that it was impossible. "Zhuowen, take care of your dog life. If you meet us in the ancient ruins, I will personally take your dog life." After Zhu Qi left these words coldly, he directly left the hill with the disciples of the Imperial Sword Sect. He also knew that even Lv Tao had come forward. Killing Zhuowen now was simply a pipe dream. The most important thing now was to hurry up and find the key to the land of inheritance in the ancient ruins. He didn't need to spend all his energy on Zhuowen. After all, he had plenty of time. Su Tianliang glared hatefully at Zhuowen and led the people of Marquis House of Baichuan away from the small hill, heading straight for the scattered ruins in the distance. With Su Tianliang and Zhu Qi's two groups taking the lead, the other groups of ancient martial artists on the small hill all revealed a blazing expression on their faces. They all used their movement techniques and rushed towards the distant remains. Although they were not as strong as the 5 super geniuses, the key to the land of inheritance was not something that could be found by relying on strength. It still depended on one's own luck. In an instant, almost half of the cultivators in the small hill had left, and the originally bustling small hill now seemed quite deserted. "Sister Luoxing, Zhuowen. It's time for me to leave as well. I wish you good luck and hope that you can obtain the key." As he said, Lv Tao's gaze suddenly landed on Zhuowen and he said, "Zhuowen. I hope you can quickly improve your strength. When the time comes, I will compete with you again." Lv Tao stood tall and faintly cupped his hands in obeisance to Zhuowen, Luoxing, and the others. He also led the people of the house of Marquis Qin away from the small hill. "Zhuowen. It's rare for Brother Lv to stand up for someone. It seems that he really regards you as his opponent. I'm afraid that when your strength increases, Brother Lv will really find you to compete with." Luoxing's beautiful eyes flashed slightly as she stared at Zhuowen. The corners of her mouth revealed a faint smile. It was as beautiful as 100 flowers blooming. Ouyang Hanxian, who was beside Zhuowen, stared with his eyes wide open. Even Zhuowen could not help but be slightly taken aback by Luoxing's alluring smile. Luoxing was indeed worthy of being the #1 beauty in the province. Her every frown and smile carried a peerless charm. In terms of temperament and appearance, perhaps only Mu Qinxue, whom he had met in the ancient cavern, could compete with her. Thinking of Mu Qinxue, Zhuowen's gaze gradually blurred. This time, he could be considered to have completely obtained a place in the top 100 of the Tower of Vitality. He was already qualified to participate in the Battle of the 9 Counties. He was also one step closer to seeing Mu Qinxue. "Mu Qinxue. Wait for me. In the Battle of the 9 Counties, I, Zhuowen, will definitely fight for the opportunity to be conferred the title of Marquis. Only a Marquis has the qualifications to participate in the entrance examination of Jiaxin Academy." Slightly clenching his fist, the blurred look in Zhuowen's eyes gradually disappeared and was replaced by a touch of determination. More than 2 years had passed since they parted in the ancient cavern. Zhuowen had also gradually grown from a tender youth to a robust youth. In these 2 years, Zhuowen had not forgotten the promise he had made with Mu Qinxue. Instead, his yearning for her had become even more intense. Even now, Zhuowen could not wait to go to Jia Shan Academy to see Mu Qinxue. However, he also knew that Jia Shan Academy was after all the second greatest power in the eastern lands. In front of such a power, the Qing Xian Empire was an ant-like existence. If he went with his current strength, he did not even have the qualifications to enter Jia Shan Academy, let alone see Mu Qinxue. It was precisely because of this reason that Zhuo Wenkai had desperately cultivated for the past 2 years, and had even suffered countless hardships. It was because in his heart, there had always been a beautiful figure that he was concerned about and missed. Zhuowen's sudden absent-mindedness made the corners of Luo Xing's mouth curl into a faint smile. Obviously, she thought that Zhuowen's absent-mindedness was because of her sweet smile. Shaking her head, Luo Xing said softly, "Young Master Zhuo, we also have to leave. I wish you all good luck." Nodding lightly, Luo Xing led the people of Jade Lady Star Court and left. Not long after Luo Xing and the others left, Zhuowen took a deep breath and said to Ouyang Hanxian beside him, "Brother Hanxian, let's go. If we can find the 2 keys this time, we will be qualified to enter the land of inheritance." Unexpectedly, Ouyang Hanxian shook his head and said with a bitter smile, "Brother Zhuo, my strength is too weak. Even if I find the keys, I don't plan to enter the land of inheritance. After all, with my strength, I'm afraid that I won't be able to return alive if I enter that place." Ouyang Hanxian was quite self-aware. This time, he entered the ancient ruins with the intention of finding some powerful treasures. As for the ancient inheritance, it was too far away for him. Hearing this, Zhuowen also nodded. Ouyang Hanxuan's words made sense. His strength was indeed a little weak. Entering the land of inheritance would definitely do more harm than good to Ouyang Hanxian. When we enter the ancient ruins, I will help you get some treasures. This way, you won't have come in vain. After pondering for a while, Zhuowen decided to get some treasures for Ouyang Hanxian. After all, Zhuowen and Ouyang Yuntu had helped him a lot. Such kindness naturally had to be repaid by Ouyang Hanxian. Moreover, Ouyang Hanxian had treated him sincerely, so it was understandable that Zhuowen would help Ouyang Hanxian. "Let's go." With that, Zhuowen and Ouyang Hanxian suddenly turned into 2 streamers and rushed toward the ruins in the distance. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 ear-piercing sounds suddenly sounded. Zhuowen and Ouyang Hanxian suddenly stopped in front of a huge building. This building was extremely dilapidated. However, from the dilapidated traces, Zhuowen could still see that this building was once an extremely magnificent hall. In front of this dilapidated hall, there was a stone arch that was dozens of feet high. However, only half of this stone arch remained. There were a few vague words engraved above the stone arch, "Falling Star Sect." Looking at the vague words, Zhuowen muttered. Obviously, this dilapidated hall should be the ruins of a sect called Falling Star Sect in the ancient times. At this time, in the dilapidated hall in front, there were already a few people who were constantly searching inside. Obviously, they were all trying their luck to see if they could find treasures in this hall. This Falling Star Sect looks quite magnificent. However, it is a pity that it has become so dilapidated now. Standing outside the door and looking at the sect ruins in front of him, Ouyang Hanxian could not help but sigh. Sometimes, the power of time was really terrifying. No matter how glorious it was in the past, with the passage of time, the glory would eventually become a thing of the past. "Let's go in and take a look. Maybe we can find some useful clues inside." Zhuowen sighed and nodded. Then, he led Ouyang Hanxian directly into the hall. The arrival of Zhuowen and Ouyang Hanxian also attracted the attention of the rest of the people in the hall. When they saw Zhuowen, they all revealed a trace of fear. Zhuowen's performance on Zhongling Mountain was so amazing. Now, these genius warriors who had entered the 4th level could all recognize Zhuowen. Moreover, although in their opinion, Zhuowen's strength was not as good as the 5 super forces, it was actually not too far apart. After all, Zhuowen was a genuine ultimate three-wheel emperor. Such a cultivation was enough to instantly kill any warrior except the 5 super geniuses. Zhuowen also felt the vigilance of the others in the hall. He shook his head and ignored those nervous warriors. Instead, he directly led Ouyang Hanxian into the depths of the hall. It had to be said that this hall was really dilapidated. Along the way, there was basically no place that was intact. Looking at these dilapidated scenes, Zhuowen really had some doubts. Would such a hall really have the so-called treasures? There seems to be a situation ahead. Let's go and take a look. Suddenly, Zhuowen let out a soft cry of surprise. Just now, when he was walking, Xiao He in his sea of consciousness suddenly mentioned that there seemed to be some movement ahead. Therefore, Zhuowen immediately became vigilant and began to slowly walk forward. When Ouyang Hanxian saw Zhuowen's vigilant appearance, he was a little puzzled. However, he did not mind and also followed behind Zhuowen vigilantly. After all, Zhuowen's strength was much stronger than his. Following him would naturally be more secure. At the end of the hall, there was a tunnel on the left. The tunnel's location was extremely remote. If not for Xiao He's reminder, Zhuowen really would not have noticed this remote tunnel. On the other hand, Ouyang Hanxian looked at Zhuowen in surprise. This tunnel was so remote, but it was actually discovered by Zhuowen in advance. In his heart, he naturally believed in Zhuowen even more. Let's go in. Who knows, there might be something good inside. Chapter 535. Space Stone Tablet. The passageway was dark and gloomy. Gusts of cold wind constantly whistled through the narrow passageway, sounding exceptionally horrifying. Zhuowen's performance was still alright, but Ouyang Hanxian's expression was somewhat unnatural. However, when he thought of Zhuowen's powerful strength, he felt a lot more at ease. Look! There's a light source in front. I'm afraid we're almost at the exit. Ouyang Hanxian suddenly pointed to the front and shouted excitedly. Hearing this, Zhuowen's gaze also focused in front. Indeed, at the end of the tunnel, there was a rather dazzling white light. Let's go. Let's go over and take a look. Nodding his head, Zhuowen immediately brought Ouyang Hanxian and slowly approached the light source in front. His expression was still filled with caution. After all, this place was the interior of an ancient sect. Although time had passed and most of it had already become extremely dilapidated, no one knew whether or not there was still some kind of powerful mechanism or restriction inside. Therefore, it was better to be careful. Within 100 steps of the light source, Zhuowen's ears moved slightly. He could actually faintly hear the sound of metal clashing and scolding. He couldn't help but be slightly startled. There was someone at the exit of the tunnel. This was a thought that flashed through Zhuowen's mind. Ouyang Hanxian, who was beside him, obviously also noticed the abnormality. His gaze was fixed on Zhuowen, as if he was following Zhuowen's lead. Brother Zhuo, what should we do now? Ouyang Hanxian couldn't help but ask softly. You stay here first, I'll go over and take a look. If the situation is critical, you should escape first. After all, the ancient ruins are filled with danger. If you're with me, I might not be able to take care of you. Zhuowen cautiously instructed. Ouyang Hanxian hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth and said, all right. However, you should be careful. Your life is the most important thing. Nodding his head, Zhuowen carefully walked towards the exit. Outside the light source, there was a rather majestic inner hall. Inside the hall, there were many tall stone statues, as if they were dutifully guarding the hall. At the front of the hall, there was a stone tablet. The stone tablet was about 3 feet tall. Compared to the surrounding stone statues, it was much shorter. However, the stone tablet emitted a strange and powerful aura. What surprised Zhuo even more was that the center of the stone tablet was actually split open with a whirlpool-like black hole. It was as if there was an unknown space on the other side of the black hole. This stone tablet. His gaze focused on the stone tablet, Zhuowen's eyebrows furrowed. He could feel that the stone tablet was unusual. Boy! That is, the space stone tablet, the stone tablet. The space is of the space of many times. The space is of space. Usually, this kind of space stone tablet is basically used by those ancient sects to store the treasures in the sect, and this space stone tablet should be falling star sects. Suddenly, Xiao Hei's voice rang out in Zhuo Wen's mind without warning. It almost gave Zhuo Wen a fright. Space. That means there must be something good inside. Hearing these words, Zhuo Wen's eyes suddenly flashed a glimmer of light. According to Xiao Hei, the space stone tablet was the place where the Falling Star sect stored the treasures. After all, the Falling Star sect was one of the ancient sections. There must be a lot of treasures. Perhaps, there were also a lot of treasures in the space stone tablet. Theoretically, it is true. However, looking at the appearance of the space stone tablet, it seems that it has been opened by someone. I am afraid that most of the treasures inside have been taken away. Xiao Hei's eyes were like torches. At a glance, she could see that the space stone tablet in front of them had been opened by someone. Zhuo Wen's eyes also showed a touch of disappointment when he heard this. He knew that if the space stone tablet had been opened by someone, it would be impossible for him to take the things inside. They would have been taken away by someone else. No. There is a layer of restriction outside the space stone tablet. If the space stone tablet was taken away by someone else, it is impossible to set a restriction outside. Maybe the person who opened the space stone tablet was someone from the Falling Star sect. Suddenly, Xiao Hei seemed to have noticed something and said. Hearing this, Zhuo also noticed that there was a layer of restriction outside the space stone tablet. He nodded slightly. He knew that if someone opened the space stone tablet, it was impossible to set a restriction outside. Therefore, it must have been set up by someone from the Falling Star sect. Since the restriction was set up, there must be some treasures in the space stone tablet. Thinking of this possibility, Zhuo was relieved. Now he was in short supply of resources and treasures. After all, if he wanted to use the bronze coffin to raise the strength of the puppet Bai Lin to the ultimate Nine-Will Emperor realm, he would have to spend an endless amount of resources. Since the last time he created Bai Lin, Zhuowen's resources had been exhausted. Therefore, entering the ancient ruins this time was an opportunity for Zhuo. As long as he found enough resources, it was possible to speed up the increase of Bai Lin's strength. The more powerful Bai Lin was, the greater his chances of entering the Blood Demon's legacy land. Zhuowen's gaze quickly fell on the center of the palace. There were 10 people facing off against each other, and they were clearly divided into 2 factions. One of the factions was led by a bald young man, and there were 7 people in total. All of them had powerful auras, and they were evidently not weak. The bald young man's aura was the most powerful, and he was at the early stage of the ultimate Three-Will Emperor realm. The other faction had fewer people, and the leader was a heroic-looking woman. Her aura was not weak either, and she was also at the early stage of the ultimate Three-Will Emperor realm. However, this woman's condition was not very good, and there was a greenish-black color on her face. Evidently, she had been poisoned. From their clothes, Zhuo could immediately tell that the 7 people were from the Marquis Bai Chuan's residence, and the heroic-looking woman at the head of the group was Ling Tian City's #1 genius, Ling Wushuang. Zhuo had fought against Ling Tian City's #3 genius, Ling Xiaodao, before, so he was not unfamiliar with Ling Tian City. Su Tianliang isn't here. How strange. Zhuo narrowed his eyes as he stared at the bald young man, and his gaze became cold and merciless. Back then, Su Tianliang had targeted him at every turn, and the Marquis of Baichuan, Su Chang, had even shamelessly pressured and threatened him. As such, Zhuowen deeply detested the Marquis of Baichuan's residence. "Oh. Looks like you're planning to take action," Xiao He suddenly said with a smile. "Since they're from the Marquis of Baichuan's residence, I, Zhuowen, will naturally take action. If I don't kill a few more geniuses from the Marquis of Baichuan's residence, then Su Chang will think that I'm afraid of him. Does he really think that I, Zhuowen, am a pushover?" Zhuowen grinned, and his gaze became even colder. He wanted to let Su Chang and Su Tianliang know that if they wanted to kill him, Zhuowen, they would have to pay a certain price. At this moment, in the center of the hall, Ling Wuxuang held a sword in her right hand. Her originally snow-white face was now covered in a thick greenish-black fog, and it was obvious that she had been deeply poisoned. However, this woman was also quite stubborn. Even though she had been poisoned, she still stood steadily with a sword in her hand, facing the bald young man and the others without the slightest fear. The other two geniuses from Ling Tian City behind Ling Wuxuang also had greenish-black faces. Their strength was not as strong as Ling Wuxuang's, so they could not stand steadily at all. They were almost paralyzed on the ground, and their faces were filled with pain. "Su Mutian. You're really despicable. We clearly said that we would break this restriction together, but you secretly poisoned us. Could it be that your Marquis of Baichuan's residence is a group of despicable people like you? Humph. You really don't deserve to be one of the 5 super forces in the province capital." Ling Wuxuang's sword-like eyebrows were tightly knitted together as she forced herself to stand up. She coldly stared at the 7 people in front of her, who had mocking expressions. Originally, the 3 geniuses from Ling Tian City were the first to discover the palace and spatial stone steel, and the bald young man and the others had only arrived later. However, due to the Marquis of Baichuan's residence's power, Ling Wuxuang did not want to come into conflict with them, so he decided to work together with them to break the restriction. In the beginning, the bald young man, Su Sutian, naturally agreed. However, when they were breaking the formation, Su Sutian actually despicably poisoned the 3 of them, making them unable to exert any strength at all. They were basically at the mercy of Su Sutian. Despicable. Su Mutian shook his head and continued, "In this world, the winner takes all, the strong are respected. What we care about is the result, not the process. As long as we can kill the enemy, to me, I'll use whatever method is convenient. Just like the current me, I only need a bit of poison to kill the 3 of you, so why would I waste my strength to fight with you? Hee, you can only blame yourselves for being too stupid. So, after you die, be a bit smarter." Su Mutian laughed coldly and waved his right hand as he said coldly, "Kill the 3 of them." "Yes." The 6 geniuses behind him cupped their hands respectfully, then gripped the weapons in their hands tightly as they suddenly shot towards Ling Wuxuang and the others. Eerie cold light flashed through the air, forming a mournful arc. "It's over." Ling Wuxuang gritted her teeth, her pretty face filled with despair. She had never thought that she would actually die here not long after entering the ancient era's ruins. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of the air being torn apart could be heard as a long cold light suddenly shot out from an inconspicuous corner of the palace. Cold light shot out, and energy swirled in the air. In just an instant, the cold light had arrived before the 6 menacing geniuses. What? The 6 menacing geniuses clearly did not expect such an unforeseen event. Their expressions changed slightly, and then they all drew the weapons in their hands and smashed them against the cold light in front of them. Clang! The sound of metal colliding rang out, and countless sparks flew in the air, dazzling and eye-catching. Following this, the 6 geniuses were shocked to find that the weapons in their hands had been shattered into powder. How is this possible? The 6 geniuses stared at the shattered weapons in their hands in shock. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Their weapons were all high-rank spiritual treasures, but they actually shattered upon contact. What exactly was this cold light? Chapter 536. Ling Wuxuang Boom. Boom. The sound of heavy objects falling to the ground slowly sounded out within the palace. The 6 geniuses from the Marquis of Baichuan's house, who were originally overbearing, were all frozen on the spot. Then, a cool breeze blew past, and they all fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. In front of the 6 of them, a bone spear that emitted a cold light was silently inserted into the ground. In this somewhat dim palace, it seemed to emit a cold light. Who? When the bald youth saw that his 6 subordinates had been instantly killed, his pupils couldn't help but constrict. He suddenly jumped on the spot, and his right hand had already taken out a large broadsword. His gaze was focused on an inconspicuous corner behind him. Just now, he had seen that the bone spear in the palace had flashed out from this corner. What made him even more shocked was that the aura emitted from the bone spear was extremely vast. This was definitely the aura of an Earth-rank soul treasure. Moreover, it wasn't just a low Earth-rank soul treasure. This was because he felt that the aura of the bone spear was even more powerful than the broadsword in his hand. One had to know that the broadsword in his hand was a genuine low Earth-rank soul treasure, and the bone spear's aura was even more powerful than his broadsword. It was at least a middle Earth-rank soul treasure. And to be able to possess such a soul treasure, one's strength was definitely comparable to the geniuses that the 5 superpowers had focused on nurturing. Adding on the fact that the bone spear had instantly killed his 6 subordinates, the bald youth was naturally extremely fearful of this person. Stomp. 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 Clear footsteps slowly sounded out within the palace. In the bald youth's gaze, a slender figure slowly appeared. He wore a black robe, and his short hair that reached his shoulders fluttered in the wind. At the same time, the gazes of Ling Tian City's 3 great geniuses, including Ling Wuxuang, were focused on this figure. They really wanted to know who had saved them in that hopeless situation. It's you. The instant the bald youth's gaze focused on this figure, his pupils constricted once again, almost to the size of a needle. An expression of shock appeared on his face. What? Are you very surprised to see me? This figure stood tall and raised his head slightly, revealing a slightly delicate and pretty face. It was Zhuowen, who had made a move at the critical moment. When Ling Wuxuang and the other 2 saw Zhuowen, they were also stunned. They did not expect that the person who saved them this time was Zhuowen. They remembered that Zhuowen did not have any interactions with them. Thank you, Brother Zhuo, for your help. Ling Tian City will remember this kindness. Although Ling Wuxuang was a woman, her way of doing things was no different from a man's. She didn't hesitate in the slightest. She cupped her hands towards Zhuowen, and her valiant face was filled with gratitude. Zhuowen only nodded slightly. The reason why he helped them was not because of Ling Wuxuang and the other 2, but because the 7 bald young men were from the house of Marquis Baichuan. Saving them was just a matter of convenience. Ling Wuxuang was also a clear-minded person. Seeing Zhuowen like this, he understood that the latter's main purpose was not to save them, but to target Marquis Baichuan and the others. Zhuowen, you're quite bold. Our house of Marquis Baichuan hasn't even looked for you, and you've delivered yourself to our doorstep. The bald young man's gaze was dark as he looked at Zhuowen with some fear. Where's Su Tianliang? Zhuowen waved his hand and stared at the bald young man as he spoke, word by word. He. The first crown prince doesn't even need to do anything to deal with you. I, Su Mutian, can kill you. When the time comes, I'll bring your head to the first crown prince. It'll be a great merit. The bald young man's right hand tightened around the large saber on his back as his gaze grew colder and colder. He knew that Zhuowen had undergone 3 heavenly tribulations at the peak of Zhongling Mountain. Zhuowen's strength should be at the early stage of the ultimate king realm, which was about the same as him. However, the bald young man was skilled in using poison. He believed that if he secretly used poison in a battle with Zhuowen, he could definitely kill Zhuowen. Thinking of the reward that Su Tianliang had promised after he killed Zhuowen, the bald young man's gaze towards Zhuowen was already filled with greed. Zhuowen shook his head, "Since you're so eager to die, don't blame me for being merciless. I, Zhuowen, will personally find Su Tianliang and take his dog life." As he spoke, Zhuowen stomped his foot, and an aura that was like that of a ferocious beast from ancient times suddenly swept out. The surrounding air completely boiled, and numerous shapeless vortexes formed around Zhuowen's body. "Ha! Zhuowen, you really are arrogant enough. Since you want to take the crown prince's life, you're basically... eh." The bald young man could not help but laugh loudly at Zhuowen's shameless boasting. However, when he sensed the terrifying aura from Zhuowen, the rest of his words were stuck in his throat. He was unable to speak at all. He stared fixedly at Zhuowen as disbelief appeared on his face. At this moment, the aura emanating from Zhuowen's body actually made his body and soul tremble. He had only felt such a feeling from Su Tianliang, but now, Zhuowen's aura wasn't any weaker than Su Tianliang's. The peak of the ultimate king realm. The bald young man's lips trembled slightly as he finally spat out these words in a trembling voice. He looked as if he had seen a ghost. Not far away, the gazes of Ling Wuxia and the other two were also gathered on Zhuowen's body in disbelief. They clearly remembered that Zhuowen had just passed through 3 heavenly tribulations not long ago on Zhongling Mountain. How had he suddenly reached the peak of the ultimate king realm? Wasn't this speed a little too fast? Ling Wuxia and the others looked at each other as the same thought emerged in their minds. Zhuowen was really too monstrous. No wonder he could surpass Lvetao on Zhongling Mountain's ranking. His potential was far beyond what they could compare to. Gulp. The bald young man could not help but gulp as he retreated slightly. He was already cursing in his heart. He could not figure out how Zhuowen had cultivated. He had actually reached the peak of the ultimate king realm in such a short amount of time. This defied all logic. You want to run? Unfortunately, it's too late to run now. Be a good boy and leave your head behind. Zhuowen's face was cold and emotionless. He suddenly took a step forward and shot out like an arrow. He instantly arrived above the bone spear that was stuck in the ground nearby. With a flick of his right hand, the bone spear immediately appeared in his palm. Run! The bald young man roared the moment Zhuowen picked up the tyrannical dragon-scale bone spear. He did not hesitate to use his movement technique and flee out of the hall. He knew that he was no match for Zhuowen with his strength as an early-stage ultimate king realm cultivator. If he did not run now, he would definitely die. I've already said it. It's too late to run now. Zhuowen snorted coldly as 2 pairs of lightning wings immediately unfurled from his back. With a flap of his wings, Zhuowen turned into a streak of lightning and instantly disappeared from where he stood. In the time it took to take a breath, he had already blocked the path of the bald young man who was fleeing in panic. You! Zhuowen, just what do you want? You should know the consequences of offending the Marquis of Baichuan's estate. If you kill me, the Marquis of Baichuan's estate will not let you off, the bald young man said fearfully as he took a few steps back. Zhuowen could not be bothered to waste his breath on him. With a shake of his right hand, the tyrannical dragon-scale bone spear immediately transformed into countless white spear shadows. They rained down on the bald young man like countless raindrops. A vicious light flashed through the bald young man's eyes when he saw that Zhuowen had completely ignored him. He suddenly brandished the broadsword in his right hand. Countless rays of piercingly cold light shot out, forming a shield of light in front of him. Child's play. Break for me. The shield of light that the bald young man had set up was instantly reduced to dust by the countless spear shadows. With a whoosh, the bone spear tore through the air like a meteor and instantly swept past the bald young man's neck. Spurt. Blood spurted out as a large head flew into the air. The bald young man's eyes were wide open in anger. He had died with everlasting regret. Ling Wushuang and the others were visibly moved when they saw Zhuo Wen deal with the 3 ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators in such a straightforward manner. The 3 of them were not as strong as the bald young man. If Zhuo Wen wanted to deal with them, he would probably only need a single move to finish them off. As a result, they were nervous at this moment. They were afraid that Zhuo Wen would casually finish them off. Zhuo Wen completely ignored Ling Wushuang and the others. Instead, he directly removed the bald young man's cosmos sac. After wiping away the imprint on it, Zhuo Wen inspected it briefly. A trace of a smile appeared on his face. There were quite a few resources in the bald young man's cosmos sac. Although it was only a drop in the bucket when it came to increasing Bai Lin's strength, it was still much more abundant than the cosmos sacs he had obtained in the past. At the same time, Zhuo Wen did the same to the bald young man and the other 6 people's cosmos sacs. Although the resources in their cosmos sacs were much lesser, it was still meat. No matter how small a sesame seed was, it was still meat. Zhuo Wen did not let it go at all. Ling Wushuang and the others revealed strange expressions as they watched Zhuo Wen collect the cosmos sacs of the bald young man and the others like a money grubber. After cleaning up the Qianquan bags on the bald young man and the others, Zhuo Wen casually tossed a few bottles of medicine to Ling Wushuang and said, "I found these things on the bald young man's body. They should be the antidote to the poison." Ling Wushuang's pretty face was full of joy as she received the medicine bottles. She hurriedly thanked Zhuo Wen. At the same time, Ouyang Hanxian, who was still in the passageway, was still worried about Zhuo Wen. In the end, he also entered the hall and saw this scene. Zhuo Wen gave a brief explanation. Ouyang Hanxian also nodded in understanding. However, his gaze towards Zhuo Wen became even more respectful. Although he had always thought that Zhuo Wen was very strong, he did not expect him to be so strong that even the bald young man, who was at the early stage of the Emperor realm, was instantly killed by him. After explaining, Zhuo Wen's gaze quickly landed on the space stone tablet in front of him. His eyes were immediately filled with a fiery passion. He wanted to see if there were any treasures left in the space stone tablet of the Falling Star sect. Brother Zhuo. The restriction on the surface of the space stone tablet is very terrifying. A 3-wheel Emperor Realm cultivator cannot break it at all. I'm afraid that only a 4-wheel Emperor Realm cultivator can break it. We've already tried many times in the beginning, but unfortunately. Ling Wushuang suddenly said. Crack. Chapter 537. The Herb Garden Crack. A crisp sound gradually reverberated through the entire hall. Following that, cracks actually appeared on the seemingly indestructible restriction on the surface of the spatial steel. Looking at the crack, Ling Wushuang was suddenly speechless. Her beautiful eyes shifted slightly and landed on the slender figure below the crack. Her pretty face was filled with shock. Zhuo Wen's expression was cold. Golden light surged from his body as strange golden veins spread across the surface of his body. They looked like golden worms crawling through his body. Still not breaking. Zhuo Wen's cold voice slowly reverberated through the hall. His right hand formed into a claw and viciously clawed at the restriction in front of him. Golden light shot out like a miniature sun, and a powerful force formed a ring-shaped hurricane. Boom! 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 The claw was so powerful that it practically caused the entire hall to shake violently. Then, the cracks on the surface of the restriction spread out like a spiderweb. In the end, it was reduced to dust. He actually broke through. Ling Wushuang opened her mouth, but in the end, she found that she didn't know what to say. Bitterness filled the corners of her mouth. She still remembered that the 3 of them, the bald youth, and the others had attacked the restriction together, but they hadn't been able to shake it at all. That was why she had deduced that only a 4-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator could break through the restriction. However, Zhuo Wen was clearly only a 3-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. yet he had broken through the restriction so easily. Could Zhuowen be any more of a freak? At this moment, Zhuowen had undoubtedly become unfathomable in Ling Wushuang's eyes. First, he had instantly killed the bald youth and the others. Now, he had easily broken through the restriction on the spatial steel. Just how powerful was he? No wonder he dared to challenge Su Tianliang. It turns out that Zhuowen is actually so powerful. Ling Wushuang shook her head. Her eyes were filled with complicated emotions as she thought to herself. A trace of joy appeared on Zhuowen's face after he broke through the restriction. He'd experienced the might of this restriction before, but his physical body was even more terrifying. His physical body was already comparable to a four-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator, yet he'd been able to break through the restriction with ease. Taking a step forward, Zhuowen arrived in front of the space stone tablet. On the surface of the space stone tablet, there was a black vortex. Zhuowen knew that this black vortex should be the entrance to the space stone tablet. Brat! Let's just go in. The space inside the space stone tablet is very spacious. It's several hundred miles wide and can easily accommodate 1 million people. Xiao Hei's voice rang out in his mind. Hearing this, Zhuowen also nodded. Soon after, he turned his head and said to Ouyang Hanxian, "Brother Hanxian. Let's go in together. There might be some treasures hidden inside. Who knows, there might be treasures that are suitable for you." Hearing this, Ouyang Hanxuan's face immediately revealed a look of surprise. He hadn't expected Zhuowen to actually invite him into the space stone tablet. After all, it was Zhuowen who defeated the bald youth and broken the restriction. He hadn't done anything at all. This. Brother Zhuo. I didn't do anything to receive a reward. I didn't do anything at all. I'm afraid it's not very appropriate for me to go in with you, right? Although Ouyang Hanxian rather desired the treasures inside the space stone tablet, it was all obtained by Zhuowen. He really couldn't bring himself to do it. However, Zhuowen smiled and said, "Don't worry. Your Broken Rock City has helped me, Zhuowen, a lot. Now it's time for me to repay you. You don't have to be polite with me. Let's go in." Hearing Zhuowen's words, Ouyang Hanxian awkwardly rubbed his nose. Under the envious gazes of Ling Wushuang and the other two, he followed behind Zhuowen and entered the space stone tablet. This was a pitch-black space. Above the space, there were spots of light that were like stars, constantly flickering. Looking up at the sky, this scene was too beautiful to behold. Is this the interior of the space stone tablet? The space is quite big. Looking at the spacious surroundings, Ouyang Hanxian couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. As soon as Zhuowen entered the interior of the space stone tablet, he immediately instructed Xiao Hei to use her divine sense to scan the surrounding space to see if there were any other treasures. Continue forward. Xiao Hei suddenly instructed in his mind. Hearing this, Zhuowen immediately brought Ouyang Hanxian forward. After about an incense stick's worth of time, the two of them quickly saw that there was actually a manor in front of them. Manor? Looking at the huge manor in front of them, Zhuowen and Ouyang Hanxian were stunned. They didn't expect that there would actually be such a man-made manor in the space stone tablet. Let's go. Let's go in and take a look. After repeatedly discussing with Xiao Hei in his mind, Zhuowen immediately brought Ouyang Hanxian into the manor. The moment they entered the manor, their pupils shrank and they were stunned on the spot. This manor is actually a medicinal garden. Ouyang Hanxian opened his mouth and squeezed out these words after a long time. Within the manor, as far as the eye could see, there were stalks of spiritual herbs with overwhelming spiritual energy. Even the air was filled with a refreshing medicinal fragrance. Zhuowen was also shocked. The manor in front of them was hundreds of acres large. With such a large area, it was actually filled with spiritual herbs with overwhelming spiritual energy. Even with Zhuowen's firm will, he couldn't help but gulp. He even saw quite a few level 4 and level 5 spiritual herbs. Brother Zhua. Now we. Ouyang Hanxian was so excited that he was a little out of his wits. He even stuttered when he spoke. Taking a deep breath, Zhuowen calmly said, "Be careful. No one knows if there are any mechanisms in this manner." As he spoke, Zhuowen picked up a palm-sized stone from the ground and squeezed it with his right hand. With a flash of golden light, countless stones turned into a golden rain and sprinkled over the manor's hundreds of acres of medicinal garden. After waiting for a moment, there was no reaction from the medicinal garden. Zhuowen's gaze suddenly became fiery as he said, "Brother Hanxian, I'm afraid we've struck it rich this time. Take as much as you want." As soon as his voice fell, Zhuowen and Ouyang Hanxuan's eyes immediately turned red. They rushed towards the surrounding medicinal garden. This was the first time they had seen so many spiritual herbs. How could they not be excited? The two of them plundered at an extremely fast speed. They split into two directions and quickly plucked stalks of spiritual herbs from the medicinal garden. Ouyang Hanxian was especially crazy. As long as it was a spiritual herb, no matter what grade it was, he would stuff it into his qiankuan bag. However, Zhuowen was much calmer. When he was plucking spiritual herbs, he couldn't stuff all of them into his qiankuan bag. Instead, he specifically selected spiritual herbs of 3rd grade and above. This manor was really too big. With hundreds of acres of spiritual herbs, they could be piled up into a small mountain. Therefore, if they were to mindlessly put all of them into his qiankuan bag, with the limited space in his qiankuan bag, it simply wouldn't be enough. After about an hour, Ouyang Hanxuan's qiankuan bag was basically filled to the brim with spiritual herbs. He only stopped when he couldn't hold any more spiritual herbs. As for Zhuowen, he was much more careful than Ouyang Hanxian. After carefully selecting and putting all of the spiritual herbs of 3rd grade and above into his qiankuan bag, he discovered that there was still some space left in his qiankuan bag. However, Zhuowen didn't put the ordinary spiritual herbs into his qiankuan bag like Ouyang Hanxian. After all, the energy of those spiritual herbs was too low. Putting them into his qiankuan bag would simply take up space. For Zhuowen, they were simply useless. Moreover, this ancient ruin wasn't limited to the Falling Star sect, so he wouldn't fill his qiankuan bag completely. Otherwise, when he found better things, it was likely that there wouldn't be enough space. I really didn't expect that there would be such a manor in this space stone tablet. The value of these spiritual herbs is probably comparable to the heritage of our Broken Rock City. It's a pity that my qiankuan bag doesn't have enough space, so I can only take away a part of it. Ouyang Hanxian looked at the many spiritual herbs around him, and his face suddenly showed a trace of pity. If his qiankuan bag wasn't full, he might really plunder all of the spiritual herbs in this manner. The value of the spiritual herbs in your qiankuan bag is already not cheap. You don't have to be greedy. Zhuowen joked with a smile. Ouyang Hanxian also smiled. Zhuowen was right. His qiankuan bag was full of various spiritual herbs, and their value was probably comparable to an earthly rank spirit treasure. For him, this was a matter of great luck. Let's go. Let's continue to see if there are any other treasures in this space. With that, the two of them once again searched the space. At the same time, Zhuowen also constantly consulted Xiao He to see if it had found anything. However, the result disappointed the two of them. Except for the manor just now, there were basically no treasures left in this space. The two of them even rummaged through it, but they didn't find the slightest sign of treasure. It seems that only the manor is slightly valuable in this space still. I'm afraid that the other places have been taken away by the people of Falling Star sect. And I guess that the spiritual herbs in this manor may not have matured yet, so the people of Falling Star sect didn't touch the medicine garden. So it's convenient for us. Zhuowen said with a wry smile. Hearing this, Ouyang Hanxian nodded in agreement. Immediately, the two of them no longer wasted time in this space stele and directly went out of the space stele. In the hall outside the stele, there was no one at this time. Ling Wushuang and the other two had already left this place. Let's go. Let's go to other ruins to have a look. Maybe there will be other gains. In the hall, Zhuowen suddenly suggested. The most precious thing in Falling Star sect should be this space stele. Since the things in the space stele have been obtained by us, it's meaningless for us to stay here. Ouyang Hanxian nodded in agreement. Walking out of the tunnel, they came to the outside of the dilapidated hall of Falling Star sect. There were still some warriors scattered in the hall, constantly searching. They were probably trying their luck. Looking at those warriors, Zhuowen shook his head. He knew that even if these warriors searched for a lifetime, they would not find anything because the most precious treasure of Falling Star sect had been taken away by them. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, the entire historical remnant violently trembled, and then a massive figure of light appeared in the sky. This figure of light had a pair of wings on its back, and its face was filled with a holy expression. Waves of aura flowed out from it, and it was extremely powerful. This is Chapter 538. The birth of the inheritance key. When the gigantic shadow appeared in the sky, all the warriors in the ruins raised their heads to look at the sky. Their faces were filled with shock. The first legacy key has appeared. I wonder who obtained it. Ouyang Hanxuan's expression was somewhat complicated as he looked at the gigantic light figure. He was very clear about the significance of this phenomenon. Only when one of the inheritance keys hidden within the ancient ruins was obtained by someone would such a phenomenon appear. Brother Zhua. Let's go over and take a look. That shadow isn't far from us, so it should be able to arrive soon. Ouyang Hanxian suddenly turned his head and said to Zhuowen. Yes. Let's go and take a look. Nodding their heads, Zhuowen and Ouyang Hanxian immediately turned into two streaks of black lightning and rushed towards the location of the light shadow. At the same time, the cultivators in other parts of the land of ancient ruins also had the same thoughts as Ouyang Hanxian as they rushed towards the direction of the glowing figure. There were even some cultivators with malicious intentions who were secretly preparing to snatch the inheritance key. Whoosh! Whoosh! Countless sonic booms suddenly rang out as figures rushed out from all directions. All of them rushed towards the location where the inheritance key had appeared. In an instant, black figures covered the entire space. It was quite a spectacular sight. This was a natural basin, and in the middle of the basin stood a magnificent stone statue. The stone statue was of a middle-aged man holding a sword with both hands. He had a dignified appearance, sharp eyebrows, and bright eyes. At this moment, a figure with an indifferent expression stood on the back of the giant stone statue's hand. His white robe fluttered in the wind, making him look elegant and unrestrained. When the other cultivators in the vicinity arrived at the basin, especially after seeing the figure on the stone statue, all of them were startled. Immediately, their faces revealed embarrassed expressions. This figure was none other than Muqin County's #1 genius, Lvetao. At this moment, Lvetao was holding a key that emitted a dazzling white light. Clearly, that was the so-called legacy key. I never thought that the first key would be obtained by Lvetao. It seems that we don't have a chance. Yeah. Lvetao is too strong. Competing with him is simply courting death. After seeing Lvetao on the stone statue, the other cultivators who hurried over cursed in a low voice. Then, they all left this place and continued to search for the inheritance key in the other ruins. At this moment, Zhuowen and Ouyang Hanxian had also arrived at the vicinity of the basin. Looking at the white-clothed youth standing on the stone statue, the two of them shook their heads and secretly praised Lvetao's luck in their hearts. He had actually obtained the first inheritance key. On the stone statue, Lvetao seemed to have sensed something. His gaze shifted slightly and he immediately noticed Zhuowen outside the basin. Nodding slightly at Zhuowen, Lvetao took a step forward and turned into a stream of light that shot into the distance. Clearly, he was planning to head to the land of inheritance. Let's go too. Looking deeply at Lvetao's departing figure, Zhuowen called out to Ouyang Hanxian and also left the basin. As time passed, one inheritance key after another appeared. Among them, Luo Xing from the Jade Maiden Star Court obtained one, Zhu Qi from the Imperial Sword Sect also obtained one, Qin Batian from the Marquis Residence also obtained one, and Su Tianliang also obtained one. These 4 people were the 5 great geniuses. Although many people's eyes were filled with greed and hope, no one dared to snatch the inheritance keys from the hands of these 4 people. They didn't want to die. Apart from the 5 great geniuses who obtained their respective inheritance keys, 3 other keys were obtained by 3 geniuses from other super cities, including Ling Tian City's Ling Wushuang. These 3 people were extremely clever. They all knew that their strength and prestige were no match for the 5 super geniuses, so after obtaining the inheritance key, they immediately fled as fast as they could, avoiding the encirclement of the surrounding cultivators. On the other hand, Zhuowen and Ouyang Hanxuan's luck was extremely bad. They had rummaged through many ancient remains. Although they had obtained quite a number of resources, they were unable to obtain the inheritance key. This caused the 2 of them to be rather anxious. 8 inheritance keys have already appeared. Now, there are only 2 keys left. If someone else gets it first, Brother Zhuo, won't you? Ouyang Hanxian was also somewhat anxious for Zhuowen. He was very clear about Zhuowen's strength. He was completely comparable to the 5 great geniuses. If he obtained the inheritance key, it was very likely that he would obtain an ancient inheritance. However, it was a pity that the heavens did not fulfill their wishes. The 2 of them had searched so hard, but they still did not have the slightest clue about the inheritance key. This made the 2 of them somewhat disappointed. Boom! Suddenly, another huge light shadow rose up not far from Zhuowen and Ouyang Hanxian. It was like a small sun. The 9th inheritance key has appeared. Brother Zhuo, that place is not far from us. Let's go over and take a look. Perhaps we can snatch it. Ouyang Hanxuan's face immediately revealed a trace of joy. Zhuowen's eyes also revealed a trace of light. He was determined to obtain the inheritance key. This time, even if he had to snatch it, he would obtain one. Otherwise, he would not even be able to enter the inheritance land. Let's go. The 2 of them immediately turned into 2 streams of light and rushed towards the light shadow not far away. At this time, the light shadow was located in the ruins of a rather abandoned hall. In the center of the ruins, several figures were constantly flashing and fighting. The sound of metal clashing could be heard incessantly. Because Zhuowen was the closest to this place, when he arrived, there were not many people here. However, he knew that if he waited for a long time, the other warriors would probably arrive. At that time, it would be extremely difficult to snatch the inheritance key from dozens of people. Therefore, this time, Zhuowen had to act quickly. As far as his eyes could see, Zhuowen immediately saw that there were 3 men and 1 woman fighting in the center of the ruins of the hall. The 3 men's auras were surging violently. They should be around the mid-stage of the Ultimate King realm. At this time, the 3 men were jointly attacking the woman in the center. When Zhuowen's gaze fell on the besieged woman, he could not help but be startled. This was because the besieged woman was none other than Qing Lian of the Jade Lady Astral Court. Qing Lian's strength was at the mid-stage of the Ultimate King realm. Under the attacks of 3 warriors of the same level, she was in imminent danger. Fortunately, she had a very powerful defensive spirit treasure on her. Facing the attacks of the 3 people, she was barely able to withstand the attacks of the 3. Qing Lian. Since you are a genius of the Jade Lady Astral Court, hand over the inheritance key now and we will immediately let you go. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. Among the three men, a young man with a hooked nose and a sinister appearance said coldly. You people of the Imperial Sword School, don't go too far. I clearly found this inheritance key first. You are really damaging the reputation of the Imperial Sword School by taking it by force. Qing Lian clenched her silver teeth and ignored the threat of the hook-nosed man. Good, good. Since you want to die so much, don't blame us for bullying you with numbers. Formation, tripartite sword formation. The hook-nosed man sneered. Suddenly, the long swords in their hands turned into strange marks in the void. Then, waves of sword chi burst out from the three of them. Immediately, the three of them stood in three different directions around Qing Lian. Suddenly, countless sword shadows rushed out from the three directions. Like a rainstorm, they enveloped Qing Lian in the center. Feeling the terrifying sword shadows around her, Qing Lian's pretty face finally changed. She waved the light blue long sword in her hand and shouted, "Sword Lotus, 4 directions." As she spoke, a water blue sword chi protected Qing Lian in the center, forming a blue water lotus. Qing Lian seemed to have become the lotus seed of the water lotus. Boom! Boom! An earth-shattering explosion resounded as countless sword shadows frantically smashed onto the water lotus. The powerful impact immediately caused Qing Lian to let out a muffled groan as blood seeped out from her cherry lips. Break! The hook-nosed man shouted. The surrounding sword shadows suddenly turned into a hurricane. They rotated counterclockwise and bombarded the water lotus. With a crack, the water lotus shattered into countless blue fragments. It's over. Qing Lian spat out a mouthful of blood when the water lotus was broken. Her face was as pale as snow. Her eyes reflected the approaching sword shadows and her face was filled with despair. However, just as she was about to give up, a slender voice suddenly appeared in her eyes. The figure stood with a spear in his hand. With a gentle wave of his right hand, the surrounding sword shadows instantly vanished. Qing Lian. Are you alright? A clear voice gradually sounded and a familiar smiling face slowly appeared in Qing Lian's eyes. At this moment, this face remained in Qing Lian's mind for a long time without disappearing. Qing Lian's cherry lips parted. Suddenly, a smile bloomed on her pretty face. The man in front of her had saved her once again. At this moment, Qing Lian felt her heartbeat quicken. You're Zhuowen. Once the sword shadows were broken, the hook-nosed man and the other two stared at the young man in front of them with a gloomy expression. Their eyes were filled with fear. I'll give you 3 breaths of time. Scram. Slowly turning around, Zhuowen's eyes were filled with calmness. He didn't take the 3 of them seriously at all. However, he did have the right to do so. After all, the 3 of them were only at the mid-stage of the second wheel. Zhuowen didn't even need to use his trump cards to defeat them. How dare you? Zhuowen, we know that you've already advanced to the 3rd wheel of the Ultimate Emperor stage. However, the 3 of us aren't necessarily a match for you even if we work together. It's best if you don't offend the ruling sword order. The hook-nosed man's eyes grew even darker as he spoke coldly. 3 breaths of time is up. Since you won't leave, I'll have to make you suffer. Shaking his head, Zhuowen didn't want to waste any more time with the 3 of them. After all, more and more people would gather here in a moment. When that time came, all sorts of crooks would be mixed in with the honest folk. Their situation wouldn't be too good. Getting rid of the 3 of them as soon as possible was the right thing to do. Swish. Zhuowen stomped his foot. His entire body was like a bolt of black lightning as he arrived before the 3 of them in an instant. Following that, he swung the bone spear in his hand. With a force that tore through the air, it slammed into the 3 of them. Humph. I'm afraid it won't be that easy to defeat us. Form the tripartite sword formation. The hook-nosed man growled. The 3 of them formed the formation once again. They swung their swords and the sword shadows transformed into a violent storm that blasted towards Zhuowen. Chapter 539. Huang Wuji Boom. The tremendous storm of sword images shattered like tofu under the bone spear's attack. Afterwards, the surging bone spear did not lose any momentum at all and directly slammed into the three men's chests. Spurt. Blood violently spurted out as the three men vomited blood. Their faces were ghastly pale as they were sent flying over a dozen meters away. Rocks scattered in all directions as the ground cracked. I'll give you one last chance. If you still don't retreat, don't blame me for being merciless. Raising the bone spear in his right hand, Zhuowen's eyes were filled with cold killing intent as he pointed the spear tip at the three men in front of him. The hook-nosed young man's eyes flickered as he glanced at Zhuowen with extreme fear. He had never imagined that Zhuowen would be so powerful. He had broken through their combined attack with a single strike. His strength did not seem like a cultivator who had just broken through to the third wheel of the ultimate emperor realm. Let's go. After a moment of silence, the hook-nosed young man still chose to retreat. He did not want to lose his life because of the inheritance key. As a result, the three of them left the ruins in a sorry state. Zhuowen. You've saved me again. Suddenly, Qing Lian arrived before Zhuowen. She took out the flickering inheritance key and passed it to Zhuowen. She said, from the looks of it, you don't have the inheritance key yet. Take this key. At this moment, Ouyang Hanxian had also arrived by Zhuowen's side. A sliver of surprise appeared in his eyes when he saw that Qing Lian had actually taken the initiative to pass the inheritance key to Zhuowen. However, he quickly revealed a wretched smile that did not match his temperament. Brother Zhuo. You have to accept Miss Qing Lian's kindness. After all, Miss Qing Lian isn't so nice to everyone, Ouyang Hanxian snickered. Qing Lian immediately blushed when she heard Ouyang Hanxuan's meaningful words. She looked like a tender and juicy red apple, tempting others to take a bite. However, to Qing Lian and Ouyang Hanxuan's disbelief, Zhuowen shook his head and said, the inheritance key is far too precious. This thing has undeniable benefits to you. I cannot accept it. Clear Lotus grew anxious. She was well aware of Zhuowen's strength. With Zhuowen's strength and potential, he was the most suitable candidate to enter the legacy land. He might even have the chance to obtain an ancient legacy. As for Qing Lian, she was very clear about her own strength. Once she entered the land of inheritance, she would only be able to mingle around the periphery. She would not be able to touch the ancient inheritance at all. Compared to Zhuowen, this key was obviously a waste for her. Say no more. Wasn't there a key left in the ancient ruins? The last key might be obtained by me. Zhuowen shook his head and spoke indifferently. But, whoosh! Whoosh! Just as Qing Lian was about to say something, the sound of something breaking through the air came from afar. In the distant sky, there were 40 to 50 figures rushing over at an extremely fast speed. Oh no! The other warriors have gathered. Qing Lian, hurry up and leave. If you're late, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave. Zhuowen's face changed slightly and he hurriedly said to Qing Lian beside him. Qing Lian also saw the black mass of people in the distance and her pretty face immediately turned ghastly pale. Moreover, when she saw Zhuowen's determined attitude, she could only sigh secretly and say, Zhuowen. I hope you're lucky enough to obtain the last key. After saying that, Qing Lian did not delay any longer. Her jade feet tapped on the ground and her entire body flew in the opposite direction like a graceful butterfly. As the inheritance key would emit a rather dazzling light, the crowd that rushed over from afar immediately saw that the inheritance key was with Qing Lian. The man at the front of the crowd in the distance was glaring angrily. When he saw that Qing Lian was about to escape, he shouted loudly. Unknowingly, he had taken out an axe and threw it with his right hand. The axe was like a meteor in the night sky. It cut through the void and directly blasted towards Qing Lian in the distance. What a powerful aura. A trace of surprise involuntarily appeared on Zhuowen's face when he felt the powerful aura of the axe flying through the air. The cultivation of the man at the front had actually reached the ultimate three-wheel emperor realm. Qing Lian's cultivation was only at the intermediate ultimate two-wheel emperor realm. If she was hit by the axe, she would definitely be seriously injured. With a cold snort, Zhuowen's right hand, which was holding the shaft of the bone spear, rotated. Immediately, the bone spear shot up. The tip of the spear, which contained a cold glint, accurately struck the axe in midair. The powerful force immediately caused the axe's trajectory to change. It landed 10 meters to the left of Qing Lian. Who is it? How dare you ruin my plans? Just as the broad axe was about to strike Qing Lian, who was fleeing in the distance, it was unexpected that a strange bone spear would appear midway and block the broad axe. This naturally caused the man to be furious and his eyes to crack. Swoosh! Very quickly, the man who had thrown the axe landed in the ruins of the main hall. Qing Lian had long since disappeared, so the man's gaze immediately locked onto Zhuowen below. He clearly remembered that the bone spear that had broken his axe was the work of this brat before him. The man was tall and burly. His eyebrows were vertical, and he gave off a dignified aura. At this moment, his eyes were wide open as he stared coldly at Zhuowen in front of him. He said, "Brat. Why did you protect that woman just now? Are you looking to die?" Swoosh! Swoosh! At the same time, the 30 to 40 cultivators behind them who had been slower had also arrived at the ruins of the main hall. When they saw the tall man and Zhuowen facing off in the distance, they all began to discuss spiritedly. It's actually the number one genius of the number one clan in the prefecture capital, the Huang family, Huang Wuji. It's said that Huang Wuji has already reached the intermediate ultimate three-wheel emperor realm. He's extremely powerful. So it's someone from the Huang family. It's said that the Huang family is the only clan in the prefecture capital that's second only to the 5 super forces. As the number one genius of the Huang family, Huang Wuji is indeed very powerful. The one holding the bone spear seems to be Zhuowen, who broke the record at Zhongling Mountain. I never thought that these two people would actually meet. Looks like there's going to be a good show to watch. Hearing the discussions around them, the tall man's identity was clear. He was actually a genius of the number one clan in the prefecture capital, the Huang family. No wonder he was so powerful. He was even more powerful than Ling Tian City's genius, Ling Wushuang. Heh. So you're Zhuowen? Speak. Why did you block my axe? Huang Wuji looked at the inconspicuous Zhuowen in astonishment. Zhuowen's performance in Zhongling Mountain was extremely valiant. Huang Wuji naturally knew about this. Now that he took a closer look, he really recognized that the young man in front of him was Zhuowen. In Huang Wuji's eyes, although Zhuowen's performance at Zhongling Mountain was extremely shocking, his own strength was too low. Therefore, he didn't put this Zhuowen in his eyes at all. Instead, he revealed an ominous glint, his eyes filled with coldness. I just feel that your axe is too much of a hindrance. What? Do you have a problem with it? Zhuowen coldly stared at Zhuowen. He suddenly took a step forward, and a terrifying aura surged out. The air around him turned into a spiral around Zhuowen. The aura of an ultimate three-wheel emperor was fully displayed. Zhuowen didn't plan on wasting time with Huang Wuji and the others. Therefore, he directly revealed his own aura so that these people wouldn't bother him. After all, he still planned on searching for the last inheritance key. What an arrogant fellow. Do you think you're amazing just because you took first place at Zhongling Mountain? You're still weaker than me. If you don't give me an explanation, then don't even think about. Huang Wuji was only halfway through his sentence when his expression froze. He stared straight at the youth before him. The aura emanating from the youth before him was even stronger than his own. This was the aura of a peak three-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm Cultivator. Ultimate Three-Wheel Emperor. Zhuowen has actually reached the peak of the Ultimate Three-Wheel Emperor. I remember that Zhuowen has only just undergone his third heavenly tribulation, right? How did he reach this level so quickly? What a freak. Heh heh. Then Huang Wuji is in for it. If the two of them fight, Huang Wuji will definitely lose. I wonder if Huang Wuji still wants to cause trouble for Zhuowen. An uproar immediately broke out in the surroundings. Some people even had gloating looks in their eyes. They still remembered that Huang Wuji had planned on teaching Zhuowen a lesson. They wondered what Huang Wuji would do now that Zhuowen had revealed the aura of an ultimate three-wheel emperor. Don't think about what. Continue speaking. Zhuowen raised his head slightly and smiled faintly. His indifferent voice slowly rang out in the ruins of the hall. Huang Wuji's heart twitched when he heard this. He really wanted to slap himself a few times. He had never imagined that Zhuowen would actually reach the peak of the ultimate three-wheel emperor. How did this guy cultivate? How could he be so fast? Huang Wuji's expression turned even uglier when he saw Zhuowen closing in on him. He took a few steps back and laughed awkwardly. I was only joking just now. Brother Zhuo, you don't have to take it seriously. Heh heh. Many people in the surroundings revealed looks of disdain when they heard Huang Wuji's words. They inwardly cursed Huang Wuji for bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Even though Huang Wuji was thick-skinned, he still couldn't bear the disdainful gazes from the surroundings. His face burned. However, Zhuowen shook his head. He couldn't afford to waste time here. Finding the last inheritance key was more important. He slowly walked over to where the bone spear was stuck. At this moment, the bone spear was stuck in an inconspicuous rock. Zhuowen didn't pay too much attention to it. He grabbed the spear shaft and pulled it out. To his astonishment, a blazing white light shot out from the crack in the rock the moment the rock cracked. The beam of light pierced through the sky and actually formed a huge shadow in the sky. It looked sacred and dignified. At the same time, a key glowing with light slowly floated up from the crack in the rock and finally stopped in Zhuowen's palm. Chapter 540. Encirclement and Suppression. It's actually the last inheritance key. Above the ruins of the large hall, everyone's gazes were fixed on Zhuowen's palm, where the inheritance key lay quietly. Immediately, everyone's breathing became rough and heavy. At this moment, Zhuowen was also stunned. He had never imagined that the last inheritance key would actually be hidden in such an inconspicuous rock. Even more so, he had never imagined that he would actually stumble upon it. Ouyang Hanxian suddenly came to Zhuowen's side and said solemnly in a low voice, "Brother Zhuo, be careful. There are too many cultivators here. Moreover, this is the last key. I'm afraid that the others will do you harm." Zhuowen only returned to his senses after Ouyang Hanxuan's reminder. With a flip of his right hand, he placed the inheritance key into his qianquan bag. He raised his head slightly and surveyed his surroundings. He saw that the cultivators in the surroundings had actually surrounded him and Ouyang Hanxian at some point in time. Their eyes were filled with greed and desire. There were at least 30 to 40 cultivators in the surroundings. Moreover, most of them were around the second wheel of the Ultimate Emperor realm. There were even a few third wheel Ultimate Emperor realm cultivators. With so many people working together, even Zhuowen would find it difficult to deal with them. At this moment, the originally silent Huang Wuji suddenly stood in front of everyone and shouted, "Everyone can see that the last inheritance key has fallen into Zhuowen's hands. This time, we can't let this kid escape. Although this kid is a peak third wheel Ultimate Emperor realm cultivator, he's still only one person. As the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. How can this kid be a match for all of us? As long as we work together and kill this kid, the ownership of the key will depend on our own abilities. How does that sound? After he finished speaking, Huang Wuji's eyes were filled with coldness as he looked at Zhuowen nearby. There was even a trace of schadenfreude on his face. Earlier, Zhuowen had made a fool of him in front of everyone. That memory was still fresh in his mind. Now that he had the opportunity, he naturally wanted to play the blame game. Seeing that Huang Wuji had suddenly become active, the surrounding people were dissatisfied with him. However, this wasn't the time for them to dwell on this matter. Instead, they should consider working together to obtain the inheritance key from Zhuowen's hands. Zhuowen stared coldly at the vile Huang Wuji in front of him. A trace of killing intent began to rise in his heart. Originally, he hadn't taken Huang Wuji seriously. Naturally, he had no interest in killing this clown. However, Huang Wuji had actually openly encouraged others to kill him in front of him. This naturally made Zhuowen's mood. Zhuowen was extremely displeased. Brother Han Xian. This place is no longer safe, you should leave the Vitality Tower first. Zhuowen suddenly said to Ouyang Han Xian beside him. Brother Zhuo, be careful. If you're not a match for him, it's best to leave the tower. Ouyang Han Xian also knew that his current strength was weak. If he stayed by Zhuowen's side, he would simply be a burden. He nodded his head and straightforwardly took out his identity token. After that, he turned into a beam of light and disappeared from where he stood. Zhuowen, hand over the inheritance key and we can spare your life. That's right. Although you're a peak ultimate three-wheel emperor, it's still difficult for two fists to fight against four hands. I advise you to hand over the inheritance key. That way, you can suffer less. You're just a cultivator from a small low-level city. You have no power or influence. Offending a group of people like us is not a wise choice. Hand over the inheritance key. The surrounding cultivators all stared at Zhuowen with fiery eyes as if they were staring at a delicacy. Moreover, they closed in on him step by step. Their auras burst forth to the extreme, wanting to suppress Zhuowen. He. Zhuowen, you only have two choices now. Hand over the inheritance key or die. At this moment, Huang Wuji also became fearless, as if he had already forgotten the scene of him showing weakness in front of Zhuowen. Clang! Zhuowen lightly flicked the bone spear. The crisp sound was like the roar of a dragon, reverberating through the flat ground. His face was calm as he said indifferently, I won't hand over the inheritance key, and I won't die either. Since you won't hand it over, then go to hell. Everyone, attack together and finish off this Zhuowen. So what if this kid is a peak ultimate three-wheel emperor? Under our encirclement, only death awaits him, Huang Wuji shouted, but he didn't charge out first. Although the surrounding people were disdainful of Huang Wuji's actions, they were now facing a common enemy, so they didn't care about Huang Wuji's petty actions. Each of them took out their own unique skills and attacked Zhuowen. Kill! Kill this Zhuowen and take the inheritance key. Instantly, everyone used their own moves. For a moment, colorful energy suddenly rose into the air. It was as if a rainbow had appeared in the air. These were the colors of the energy used by the various cultivators. Boom! 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 The colorful energy formed by the various moves was extraordinarily powerful. The surrounding space already showed signs of collapsing. Powerful auras overflowed in all directions. Countless cyclones swirled and rippled as they attacked. The aura of the five-colored energy caused even the surrounding people to feel a trace of fear. They hadn't imagined that the strange five-colored energy formed by their random moves would be so powerful. Perhaps even an ordinary four-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator wouldn't be able to withstand it. What a powerful energy. This Zhuowen is probably dead for sure. This thought flashed through everyone's minds. They could all feel the powerful might of this energy. It's good that this Zhuowen is dead. He made a fool of me, Huang Wuji, so he should be prepared to die. He. Huang Wuji, who wasn't far away, had a smug look on his face. He looked at Zhuowen as if he was looking at a dead man. He didn't believe that Zhuowen had any chance of surviving such a powerful attack. At this moment, Zhuowen, who was under the colorful energy, had a rare solemn look on his face. He hadn't expected that the combined energy of 30 to 40 cultivators around him would be so terrifying. This level of energy was enough to threaten an ultimate four-wheel emperor. Humph. Advance and the arrogant dragon will regret. Retreat and the thistle will grow. Arrogant dragon style, break for me. Stepping forward, Zhuowen gripped the tyrannical dragon scale bone spear with both hands. The spear tilted from top to bottom as his right foot pushed forward. An incomparably powerful aura burst forth. It was as if Zhuowen and the tyrannical dragon scale bone spear had become one. A resounding dragon's roar reverberated above the ruins. Then, the space behind Zhuowen cracked. A dragon head as large as a mountain fell from the crack in space. Countless strands of dragon chi were like strong winds that tore through space and tore through the air. The dragon head as large as a mountain opened its ferocious mouth and smashed towards the colorful energy in the sky. When the two collided, an earth-shattering explosion rang out continuously. Countless ring-shaped airwaves spread out in all directions. The space was like glass, directly collapsing and shattering. What a powerful move. But it's still not enough to break through our combined attack. The expressions of the surrounding people changed when they saw how powerful Zhuowen's arrogant dragon style was. They hurriedly increased the output of their yuan qi. Instantly, the colorful energy in the sky crushed the dragon head. Humph. A cold glint arrived first. Then, the spear struck out like a dragon. Subduing dragon style, come on. Zhuowen's spear momentum did not change. He swung his bone spear and immediately executed the second move of the tyrannical dragon scale bone spear, the subduing dragon style. Suddenly, a dragon's roar filled the sky. A coiled dragon slowly appeared with Zhuowen in the center. Zhuowen could even see the ferocious dragon scales on the coiled dragon's body. They were dazzling and glaring under the light. The subduing dragon style was a defensive move. When Zhuowen saw that the arrogant dragon style could not break through the colorful energy, he naturally did not intend to meet force with force. As long as he defended against the colorful energy, the surrounding people would definitely reveal their weaknesses. After all, everyone had executed their most powerful moves. Their bodies would definitely be empty at that moment. Boom! The colorful energy finally slammed into the coiled dragon. The dragon's roar and the sound of an explosion rang out continuously. Countless spiraling waves of air swirled in all directions, sweeping up the dust. It was a terrifying sight. The surrounding people retreated one after another due to the waves of air. Their gazes were focused on the center of the explosion. They wanted to see if Zhuowen would die a tragic death under such an explosion. He. This Zhuowen is dead meat. Huang Wuji crossed his arms in front of his chest. His face was filled with confidence as he stared at the center of the explosion. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light, like a small sun, spread out from the center of the explosion. It was as if a sun was slowly rising from the center of the explosion. Boom! 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 The center of the explosion suddenly dissipated at this moment. The terrifying colorful energy seemed to be suppressed by the golden light and was annihilated. Boom! Boom! A figure covered in golden light slowly walked out from the center of the dust cloud. This figure raised his head slightly, revealing a delicate and handsome face. It was Zhuowen. When the crowd saw this unscathed figure covered in golden veins, the scene instantly became incomparably silent. Everyone stared blankly at this figure. They hadn't expected that the combined attack of 30 to 40 people would be broken by Zhuowen just like that. One had to know that this kind of energy was enough to threaten a four-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator, but Zhuowen had still broken through it. What did this mean? This Zhuowen's strength is comparable to a four-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. We're no match for him at all. Run! When Zhuowen finally appeared in front of everyone, the surrounding people finally scattered like monkeys when the tree fell. They suddenly fled in all directions. This Zhuowen was really too abnormal. Even the joint forces of 30 to 40 people couldn't kill him. If they didn't flee now, they might not be able to keep their lives. In just an instant, everyone fled like mad dogs. Among them, Huang Wuji fled faster than anyone else. At this moment, he was already 100 miles away. Chapter 541. Golden Dome Bell, do you think you can escape? Zhuowen raised his head slightly, his eyes filled with coldness. He formed a seal with his hands and two pairs of dazzling lightning wings appeared on his back. With a flap of his lightning wings, Zhuowen transformed into a bolt of lightning and disappeared from where he stood. Swoosh! At this moment, Huang Wuji, who was at the very front, had a panicked expression on his face. He cursed in a low voice, "How is this Zhuowen so abnormal? He's clearly only a peak Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator, but he was able to break through the combined attacks of 30 to 40 people. Has he been hiding his strength all this time?" A trace of fear appeared on Huang Wuji's face. Earlier, he had been targeting Zhuowen at every turn. He was afraid that Zhuowen wouldn't let him off so easily. Therefore, Huang Wuji was the first to flee when he sensed that something was wrong. "I've already fled so far. It's unlikely that Zhuowen will be able to catch up to me." Huang Wuji tilted his head slightly and looked at the ruins of the hall that had almost become a small hay dot behind him. Fear still lingered on his face. He had truly been shocked when Zhuowen had broken through the five-colored energy with a single hand. Such a powerful energy was enough to threaten the full-powered attack of an Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator, but Zhuowen had actually broken through it so openly. This could only mean that Zhuowen's strength was comparable to an Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator, and he might even be stronger than the average Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. If I encounter this Zhuowen again, I'd better hide as far away as possible. I really can't afford to offend this person. At this moment, Huang Wuji was several thousand kilometers away from the ruins of the hall. He believed that he had already shaken off Zhuowen, so he relaxed slightly and slowed down. Next time. Perhaps there won't be a next time. Suddenly, a cold voice rumbled from behind Huang Wuji. It was like thunder rumbling in Huang Wuji's ears, causing him to shudder involuntarily. What? Huang Wuji's pupils shrank. He turned around and immediately saw a human-shaped lightning bolt several hundred meters behind him. It was approaching him at an unbelievable speed. In the blink of an eye, the human-shaped lightning bolt had unknowingly arrived in front of him. The lightning dissipated, revealing a slender figure. Shua. One. Huang Wuji suddenly stuttered. His eyes reflected the figure in front of him. His lips trembled and a trace of despair rose in his heart. He didn't expect Zhuowen to be so fast. Just as Huang Wuji was about to explain, a cold light streaked across the sky and pierced towards Huang Wuji's neck. The sharp qi pierced through Huang Wuji's body like countless hidden weapons. Zhuowen didn't give Huang Wuji any chance at all. He didn't want to waste his breath on such a despicable person. He would just kill him directly. Seeing that Zhuowen attacked without saying anything, Huang Wuji's eyes revealed a trace of ruthlessness. He knew that Zhuowen was determined to kill him. He snorted coldly and no longer retreated. He patted his Qianquan bag and took out a small golden bell. Dong dong. The crisp sound of a bell resounded clearly in the sky. The small golden bell gave off a bright golden light and instantly grew into a large golden bell that was several meters tall. It enveloped Huang Wuji's entire body, forming an extremely terrifying defense. Ding! The tyrannical dragon scale bone spear fiercely bombarded the surface of the large golden bell. Sparks flew and crisp sounds rang out continuously. It couldn't pierce through the large golden bell at all. On the other hand, Zhuowen was forced to retreat more than 10 steps under the impact of the impact. Ha! Zhuowen, I know you're very strong, but this golden bell is a top-grade Earth-tier spirit treasure. It's an existence at the peak of Earth-tier spirit treasures. Its defense is beyond your imagination. Hee. So what if your strength is comparable to a four-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator? You still can't break through this golden bell. Within the bell, Huang Wuji stared at Zhuowen with a ferocious expression. His face was filled with a loathsome and disgusting smile, and the corners of his mouth even curled up into a mocking smile. The golden bell was one of the most precious spirit treasures of his Huang family. His father, the patriarch of the Huang family, had made an exception and given such a powerful spirit treasure to Huang Wuji for his safety. It was just in case. Top-grade Earth-tier spirit treasure. Zhuowen's expression immediately changed when he heard Huang Wuji's words. He hadn't expected that Huang Wuji, who wasn't very strong, would actually possess such a spirit treasure. One had to know that spirit treasures were divided into low, mid, high, and top grade. The top grade was the highest and also the most powerful spirit treasure. The golden bell was a top-grade Earth-tier spirit treasure. Its power was not something that other spirit treasures could compare to. It was an existence that was extremely close to a heaven-tier spirit treasure. It was no wonder that Zhuowen's tyrannical dragon-scale bone spear was unable to do anything to the golden bell. After all, there was a huge difference between the two spirit treasures. I don't believe that I can't break through it. A cold light flickered in Zhuowen's eyes. He suddenly swung his right hand, and the tyrannical dragon-scale bone spear turned into countless spear shadows that fiercely met the golden bell. Clang! 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 Countless sparks flew in all directions like meteors falling from the night sky. The crisp sound of metal clashing continuously rang out on the flat ground. However, the golden bell was like the toughest tortoiseshell. It wasn't damaged at all. On the contrary, the tyrannical dragon-scale bone spear in Zhuowen's hand actually showed signs of dimming. Ha! Zhuowen, I think you should stop wasting your strength. With your strength, it's impossible for you to shatter this golden bell. Unless you have strength that surpasses a four-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator, you can forget about breaking through the golden bell. Seeing that Zhuowen was unable to do anything to the golden bell, Huang Wuji inside let out a sigh of relief. His face was filled with pride, and the corners of his mouth curved into a mocking smile. Although Zhuowen was strong, the golden bell was a top-grade Earth-tier spirit treasure. It wasn't something that an ordinary person could shatter. In Huang Wuji's opinion, only an expert as strong as Lve Tao might be able to shatter the golden bell. As for Zhuowen, he probably wasn't qualified. At this moment, Zhuowen was truly enraged, especially when he saw Huang Wuji's smug expression inside the golden bell cage. It was as if he was asking for a beating, which made Zhuowen even angrier. It seems that it's really difficult to shatter this golden bell if I don't use my full strength. His eyes flashing, Zhuowen finally put away the tyrannical dragon-scale bone spear. He knew that the tyrannical dragon-scale bone spear was only a mid-grade Earth-tier spirit treasure. It was 2 grades lower than the golden bell, so it was impossible for it to shatter the golden bell. Seeing Zhuowen put away the tyrannical dragon-scale bone spear, Huang Wuji's smug expression became even more intense. He sneered, "Didn't I say it before? With your strength, it's impossible for you to break this golden bell. In the end, you're just a lowly citizen of a low-level city. In front of our Huang clan, your low-level city is just like an ant. Hee. After leaving the spirit tower, you better wash your neck and wait for our Huang clan's revenge. When the time comes, I'll make you wish you were dead." Huang Wuji's face was full of pride. Zhuo Wen ignored Huang Wuji's mockery and took a deep breath. Unknowingly, his pupils had already turned into a golden color, appearing extremely strange. At the same time, a dense golden light gradually appeared around his body. Open 100 acupoints. With a low shout, all 100 acupoints in Zhuo Wen's body opened at this moment. Instantly, the surface of his body was covered with dense and terrifying golden veins. Zhuo Wen's aura also skyrocketed to an extremely terrifying level. Huang Wuji also noticed Zhuo Wen's abnormality, but he did not take it to heart. He had blind confidence in the Golden Bell. After all, this was one of the Huang clan's most powerful spirit treasures. It was not so easy to shatter. In his opinion, it was impossible for the Golden Bell to shatter. Yo! From the looks of it, you're planning to shatter my Golden Bell with your fists. Ha! How laughable. You better be careful later. Don't hurt your arm. Looking at Zhuo Wen, who was covered in golden light, Huang Wuji did not hold back at all. You don't have to worry. Because you're going to be a dead man soon. Zhuo Wen's voice was extremely cold, as if it came from the depths of hell. Then, he stomped his foot and arrived in front of the Golden Bell in an instant. His right fist, which was covered with golden veins, smashed into the Golden Bell without hesitation. Rumble. An earth-shattering sound suddenly spread out. The seemingly indestructible Golden Bell actually showed signs of collapsing. Huang Wuji, who was inside, swayed left and right pathetically and crashed into the wall of the bell. What? He actually shook the Golden Bell. Huang Wuji barely managed to stabilize his body. The complacent look on his face instantly froze and was replaced by a look of disbelief. The young man in front of him actually shook the Golden Bell with the strength of his physical body. Humph! You only shook the Golden Bell. You do have some ability, but there's still a long way to go before you can shatter it. Gradually calming down, Huang Wuji revealed a cold smile on his face. Zhuo Wen did not say anything. Instead, he stomped his foot again. The golden light in his eyes burned brighter, and an even more powerful aura burst out. Open 200 acupoints. Muttering, Zhuo Wen punched again. This punch was like a small sun, shooting golden light in all directions and tearing the air apart. Rumble. The fist collided with the Golden Bell again. This time, the Golden Bell, which was motionless like a boulder, suddenly buzzed and retreated. The brilliance on its surface gradually dimmed. What? This guy, how is this possible? Huang Wuji, who was inside the Golden Bell, narrowed his eyes to the size of needles. A trace of shock finally appeared on his face. The brilliance on the surface of the Golden Bell had dimmed. This was clearly a sign that it was damaged. However, Zhuo Wen did not stop because of this. Zhuo Wen suddenly jumped up, and the golden light on his body reached its peak. He fell from the sky like a falling sun. Open 300 acupoints. Break it for me. Chapter 542. Purple smoke erodes the bone boom. After opening 300 acupoints, Zhuo Wen's strength had reached a level where it could shatter mountains. The intense golden light caused Huang Wuji to involuntarily narrow his eyes. When Zhuo Wen's third punch landed on the Golden Bell, the world fell silent. Then, an earth-shattering sound echoed throughout the world. The seemingly indestructible Golden Bell began to shake violently. Cracks began to appear on its surface. The aftermath of the powerful force penetrated the Golden Bell's surface and seeped into it. Huang Wuji, who was inside the bell, actually spat out a mouthful of blood. He covered his ears with both hands as blood slowly flowed out from his 7 orifices. How is this possible? How can Zhuo Wen be so strong? Huang Wuji's face was already filled with shock. He had not expected Zhuo Wen to be so strong that even the Golden Bell could not block it. This was simply too unbelievable. Crack. A crisp sound slowly rang out. Then, Huang Wuji's pupils shrank as he discovered that cracks had unknowingly appeared on the golden bell's surface. Moreover, these cracks were still spreading. When all the cracks had covered the entire body of the golden bell, the top-grade Earth-ranked golden bell actually shattered into countless pieces before his eyes. Boom! A fist that was suffused with golden light smashed into Huang Wuji's abdomen amidst the countless fragments. An incomparably powerful force exploded, forming a spiral-shaped storm in the surrounding air. Poochie! Huang Wuji spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body fell from the sky like a withered leaf. His eyes were wide open as he stared at the cold-faced figure above him. At that moment, his eyes were filled with regret. He knew that if he hadn't offended Zhuowen, and if he hadn't mocked and ridiculed him, he wouldn't have died in such a manner. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Bang! Huang Wuji directly smashed a huge hole in the ground. His eyes were wide open, and he was no longer breathing. He died with remaining grievances. After dealing with Huang Wuji, Zhuowen raised his head slightly and looked around, only to discover that the other cultivators had already fled without a trace. Knowing that even if he chased after them now, it would be pointless, so he had no choice but to give up. Since I've obtained the last legacy key, it's time to head to the land of legacy. Zhuowen took out the shiny inheritance key, and a ray of light shot out from the key towards the end of the ancient ruins. He knew that the direction of the ray of light was the direction of the inheritance land. At that moment, Zhuowen did not hesitate. He stomped his foot and his speed soared to the limit as he rushed towards the end. There was a trace of passion in his eyes. He knew that with the blood demon token and the bronze coffin, he had a high chance of successfully obtaining the most powerful inheritance in the land of inheritance. It was also the most dangerous inheritance, the blood demon inheritance. At the end of the ancient ruins, there was a basin that spanned several thousand kilometers. Purple mist lingered around this huge basin. This purple mist was extremely terrifying and contained an extremely terrifying poison. Even if a 9-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator entered this purple mist, they would probably die in less than 10 breaths of time. This showed just how terrifying this purple mist was. This basin surrounded by purple mist was the most mysterious existence in the ancient ruins, the land of inheritance. Only those who held the inheritance key would not be corroded by the terrifying purple mist. This was also the reason why the inheritance key was so important. The most important reason was because of the terrifying purple mist in front of them. Swoosh! A black bolt of lightning suddenly shot down from the horizon and arrived above the huge basin in an instant. Zhuowen lowered his head slightly and stared at the constantly churning purple mist with a grave expression. This purple mist should be the purple mist bone erosion. It's an extremely terrifying miasma. Even a 9-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator would probably die in a short period of time if they were to fall into the purple mist bone erosion. This thing was notorious in the ancient times. Xiao Hei's voice slowly rang out in his head. His voice had become extremely grave. Clearly, he was extremely fearful of the purple mist bone erosion. Purple mist bone erosion. Even a 9-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator might die. Zhuowen's eyes could not help but narrow when he heard that. Was the purple mist below really so terrifying that even a 9-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator might die if they were to fall into it? You don't need to doubt it. The purple mist bone erosion was extremely infamous in the ancient times. Even the 4 exalted realm cultivators were unwilling to fall into it. Although the purple mist bone erosion is unable to kill the 4 exalted realm cultivators, it can put them into an extremely miserable state, Xiao Hei said cautiously. However, I've investigated earlier. The purple mist bone erosion seems to be extremely fearful of the inheritance key in your hand. As long as you have the inheritance key, you'll be able to successfully pass through the purple mist bone erosion. Zhuowen nodded when he heard that. He also understood that the inheritance key was the key to passing through the purple mist. Let's go. With the key in hand, Zhuowen took a step forward and directly entered the purple mist. However, what surprised him was that the moment he entered the purple mist, the key in his hand immediately emitted a gentle white light. The white light was like a protective barrier that surrounded Zhuowen and blocked the corrosion of the purple mist. The gravity in the purple mist is many times stronger than outside. The moment he entered the purple mist, Zhuowen felt his body become heavy. His feet felt as if they were filled with lead and became extremely heavy, causing him to stagger as he walked. The purple mist bone erosion is not an ordinary mist. It is much denser than ordinary mist. That's why you feel your footsteps become heavy within the purple mist bone erosion. It's not because the gravity inside has become stronger, but because the purple mist itself is very heavy, Xiao He explained rather patiently. Nodding his head, Zhuowen slowly walked forward with heavy steps. He knew that as long as he passed through the purple mist, he would completely enter the boundary of the inheritance ground. Along the way, Zhuowen saw many scattered skeletons. It could be said that the path within the purple mist was like the path to hell. With every few steps, Zhuowen could see piles of white bones. Zhuowen even discovered that some of the skeletons had extremely powerful auras. Even though they had been dead for so long, they were still able to leave behind such powerful auras. The owner of these skeletons must have been extremely terrifying when he was alive. At the very least, he was an existence that far surpassed Zhuowen. Zhuowen knew that the owner of these skeletons was very likely a genuine ultimate nine-wheel emperor. Xiao He was right. The purple mist bone erosion was indeed terrifying. Even an ultimate nine-wheel emperor had perished in this area. This reality caused Zhuowen, who was originally unconcerned, to become vigilant and serious. He knew that the inheritance ground was definitely not simple. If he made a wrong move, he might have to pay the price of his life. After about 2 hours, Zhuowen walked out of the strange purple mist and arrived in front of an extremely grand stone door. The stone door was several hundred meters tall. Zhuowen seemed as tiny as an ant as he stood before it. 2 large stone statues stood on either side of the stone door. The stone statues were dressed in martial attire and wielded huge spears. Their heads were lowered, and their huge eyes silently looked down on all life below the stone door. It was as if the 2 stone statues could see through all the vicissitudes of the world. Looking at the gazes of the 2 statues, Zhuowen could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. He discovered that if he stared at the gazes of the 2 statues, he could not help but feel a trace of dizziness. Zhuowen was so startled that he hurriedly looked away, not daring to look at the statues again. At this moment, 9 figures sat beneath the huge stone door. Zhuowen's arrival had attracted the attention of the 9 figures. Zhuowen. Among the 9 figures, an elegant and beautiful woman suddenly smiled. She hurriedly waved at Zhuowen. She was Qing Lian, who had obtained the 9th key. The other 8 people were the other candidates that possessed the inheritance key. They were respectively Lv Tao, Luo Xing, Zhu Qi, Qin Batian, Su Tianliang, Ling Wushuang, and 2 men that Zhuowen had never seen before. However, from the presence of the 2 men, they were not very powerful. They were even weaker than Ling Wushuang. Clearly, they were around the peak of the second wheel ultimate king realm. They were at the bottom of the group. This little bastard really did obtain the last key. Looks like we're quite lucky. Zhu Qi licked his lips. His eyes were bloodshot as he said to Su Tianliang beside him. At this moment, Su Tianliang sneered. He said softly, "This little bastard has come at just the right time. Once we enter the inheritance ground, we'll find an opportunity to kill him. Yes. I definitely won't let this kid go. However, Lv Tao and Luo Xing are both here right now. It's not the right time to act. The 5 ancient inheritances will appear in a moment. Once Lv Tao and Luo Xing have chosen their inheritances, we'll act. Let's see where this little bastard can escape to this time." The corners of Zhu Qi's mouth curled into a sinister smile. Now, he couldn't wait to kill the calm Zhuo Wen in front of him. Zhuo Wen smiled and nodded towards Qin Lian. His gaze swept past the 8 people and finally stopped at the nearby Su Tianliang and Zhu Qi, who had ill intentions. The corners of his mouth could not help but curl up. He did not need to guess to know what Zhu Qi and Su Tianliang were talking about. They were probably discussing how to kill him in the inheritance ground. All right. It saves me the trouble of finding the 2 of you. Don't blame me for being merciless when the time comes. Zhuo Wen softly muttered. He calmly arrived in front of the 9 people. His expression was calm and indifferent. Zhuo Wen's arrival caused the originally expressionless Lve Tao to slowly stand up. His sharp gaze glanced at Zhuo Wen as he nodded his head slightly. After which, he loudly said, "Since the 10 of you are all here, everyone should take out their respective inheritance keys. Only by gathering all 10 inheritance keys can the stone door be opened. The ancient inheritance will also appear once again." Chapter 543. Opening the Land of Inheritance. Now, everyone, please take out your respective inheritance keys. Lve Tao stood tall as his indifferent eyes slowly scanned the surrounding people. His calm and solemn voice gently reverberated in the surroundings like a whistling breeze. At the same time, Lve Tao did not hesitate to take out the inheritance keys that were suffused with white light. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The remaining 9 people did not have any objections as they all took out their respective inheritance keys. The instant the 10 inheritance keys finally appeared together, a dazzling white light gradually rose like the sun, causing the 10 people to involuntarily narrow their eyes. Zhuo Wen narrowed his eyes. He only felt that the surface of the key lying in his palm had become incomparably hot. It trembled slightly and actually directly left his hand and rushed towards the sky. The situation of the remaining 9 people was not much different. 10 rays of light rushed out from the hands of the 10 people and transformed into 10 fine light pillars. It was a rather spectacular sight. Finally, the 10 light pillars gathered and transformed into 2 light balls that shot towards the forehead of the 2 huge stone statues on both sides of the stone door. Rumble. The moment the ball of light entered the statue, it suddenly began to move. Its pillar-like feet stomped on the ground, causing the entire earth to tremble. The ground within a radius of nearly 10,000 miles began to crack inch by inch, forming spiderweb-like cracks. The 10 people in front of the stone door were slightly startled. They all unleashed their movement techniques and dodged this powerful trembling force in advance. One by one, they lifted their heads and stared at the 2 huge stone statues on both sides of the stone door as a trace of surprise appeared on their faces. They actually moved. Why are these 2 stone statues so strange? Zhuo Wen frowned slightly. He also avoided the surrounding tremors and stopped at a corner. His eyes were filled with fear as he looked at the 2 huge stone statues on both sides of the stone door. These 2 stone statues were extremely powerful and gave him an irresistible pressure. He knew that it was likely that none of the 10 people present was a match for these 2 stone statues. The 10 inheritance keys have appeared. The ancient land of inheritance has opened. A vast and misty voice suddenly sounded in this area. It was like rolling thunder that shook one's eardrums continuously. Boom! The instant this voice sounded, the 2 stone statues that had suddenly moved once again moved. The huge spears in their hands were simultaneously thrown at the huge stone door in the middle. Gotcha! The huge stone door that stood between the heavens and the earth was pierced by the 2 long spears that were like pillars that supported the heavens. Terrifying and dense cracks appeared on the surface of the door, and in the end, it directly shattered into pieces. After shattering the stone door, the 2 stone statues retracted their arms and stood motionless on both sides of the broken stone door. At this moment, the land of succession was finally opened. Go! The 10 people outside the stone door exchanged glances with each other. A fiery hot expression surfaced in their eyes. Immediately, they turned into 10 black figures that rushed towards the already shattered stone door. In an instant, they disappeared from the entrance. The moment the stone door shattered, the entire magnificent Origin Chi Tower actually began to violently shake. A vast and ancient aura slowly flowed out from within. On the platform at the peak of the second level of the Yuan Chi Tower, all the leaders of the various factions also felt the abnormality of the Yuan Chi Tower, and a trace of astonishment appeared in their eyes. What's going on? Why is the Essence Tower shaking all of a sudden? Could it be that something happened in the ruins of the fourth floor? Voices of astonishment continuously sounded out on the platform. Everyone was puzzled by the sudden shaking of the Yuan Chi Tower. 10 inheritance keys have appeared. The land of succession has opened. The vast and ethereal voice sounded out once again. This time, it was like 10,000 bolts of lightning. From the fourth floor of the Yuan Chi Tower, from top to bottom, the rumbling sound spread out and reverberated in everyone's ears. Lu Nantian slightly raised his head, and a trace of excitement appeared in his eyes. The land of succession of the fourth floor of the Yuan Chi Tower had finally opened. The outcome of who would obtain the ancient inheritance would be revealed very soon. The instant the heavy voice spread out, except for the 10 people who had already entered the land of succession, everyone was sent out of the Yuan Chi Tower. Before the leaders of the various factions on the platform could react, they were wrapped in a pillar of light. When the white light faded, they discovered that they were actually on the huge platform in the middle of the 4 large squares outside the Yuan Chi Tower. The other geniuses on the 4th floor of the Yuan Chi Tower were also sent out. Their faces were filled with bewilderment. Obviously, they didn't expect to be sent out so suddenly. The sudden appearance of so many people on the platform immediately attracted the attention of the other people on the 4 large squares. At this time, the remaining city lords and warriors on the 4 large squares were basically eliminated in the first 3 floors of the Yuan Chi Tower. Look! Everyone in the Yuan Chi Tower has basically come out. Does that mean that the result of the 4th floor of the Yuan Chi Tower is out? It shouldn't be yet. Didn't you see that the 5 super geniuses of Muqin County aren't here? That's true. I'm afraid that the competition for the 5 ancient inheritances will be very fierce. It's unrealistic to want the result to come out so quickly. The gazes of everyone in the 4 great squares were gathered on the tall platform. The black mass of people were guessing their own thoughts. Ever since Lu Nantian led the 1,000 city lords into the Yuan Chi Tower, the people outside the tower had no idea what the situation inside was like. They could only obtain some information from the other warriors who had been eliminated. From the words of the warriors who had been eliminated, everyone on the square knew that there was an unprecedented dark horse in this round of the Yuan Chi Tower. That was the genius of the low-level Rattan Armor City, Zhuoan. Originally, the fact that Zhuoan could lead Rattan Armor City into the top 1,000 had already surprised many faction leaders. However, Zhuoan's performance on the 2nd and 3rd floors made everyone somewhat unable to believe their ears. In particular, the city lords on the 4 large squares who hadn't been able to enter the Yuan Chi Tower had faces full of disbelief. This was because they had heard from the warriors who had been eliminated that Zhuoan ranked first in the 3rd floor of the trial. He had directly surpassed the number 1 genius of Muqin County, Luitao. As soon as this bombshell news spread, everyone outside the Yuan Chi Tower boiled over. Who was Luitao? He was the number 1 genius of the House of Marquis Qin and was ranked 15th on the Green Emperor leaderboard. However, such an unattainable genius was actually no match for Zhuoan on the 3rd floor of the trial. Suddenly, everyone felt that there was something wrong with their worldview. They secretly cursed Zhuoan for being too abnormal. In an instant, not only did Zhuoan's name spread around the Yuan Chi Tower, but it even spread throughout the entire county. Countless factions in the county already knew that a genius named Zhuoan had appeared in the Yuan Chi Tower battle and had even surpassed Luitao in one of the trials. On the high platform, Lu Nantian looked at the dense crowd around him and frowned. He waved his right hand and a powerful force surged out. Some of the unrelated people around him were instantly sent flying back to their respective squares by this force. In just an instant, nearly 1,000 people on the high platform were pushed back to the 4 large squares by Lu Nanshan's force. Only 9 people remained on the high platform. 5 of them were the leaders of the 5 super factions. The other 4 were Ling Tian City Lord, Ling Tian, Rot 10 Armor City Lord, Bu Tian, Roaring Tiger City Lord, Heihu, and Luoying City Lord, Luo Cheng. The reason these 4 people remained on the high platform was naturally because there were geniuses from their respective cities who had entered the legacy land. Thus, they had the qualifications to stand on the high platform. After such a long period of competition, the Yuan-Chi Tower battle is finally coming to an end. At this moment, 10 people have already obtained the legacy keys on the 4th floor of the Yuan-Chi Tower and have opened the stone door to the legacy land. Who among these 10 people will obtain 5 ancient legacies? The results will be revealed very soon. LV Nanshan's voice was as calm and dignified as usual. He gently waved his right hand and instantly, a vast amount of energy gushed out. Once again, a gigantic light screen appeared in the air. The light screen in the air was densely engraved with the names of all the cultivators who had participated in the Yuan-Chi Tower battle. At a glance, there were hundreds of thousands of names. They were so densely packed that they looked like countless insects. After all the cultivators who had participated in the Yuan-Chi Tower battle had an identity medallion. This light screen recorded the information obtained from the identity medallions on the cultivators. On the light screen, almost all the cultivators' names were gray. However, there were 10 names that were still emitting a dazzling brilliance. Everyone knew that these 10 names were the 10 people who had finally entered the legacy land. At the same time, they were geniuses who had stood out from hundreds of thousands of geniuses. They were geniuses who had both strength and luck. LV Yitao, Luo Xing, Zhu Qi, Su Tianliang, Qin Batian, Zhuowen, Qin Lian, Ling Wushuang, Qinghu, Luo Yao. 10 glittering names. At this moment, in everyone's eyes, they were as dazzling as small suns. The final battle is coming. I wonder who will obtain the 5 ancient legacies in the legacy land. I'm afraid it will be the 5 super geniuses. After all, among these 10 people, no one is a match for the 5 super geniuses. In my opinion, there is no suspense in the final result. That's not necessarily true. Have you forgotten about the biggest dark horse in this year's Yuan-Chi Tower battle, Zhuowen? He is an existence that has surpassed LV Yitao in the 3rd floor of the Zhongling Mountain. Perhaps he can obtain one of the ancient legacies. That Zhuowen's potential is indeed strong. However, there is an insurmountable gap between his strength and the 5 super geniuses. It will be difficult for him to obtain one of the ancient legacies. Looking at the 10 glittering names on the light screen, the eyes of everyone in the 4 plazas were incomparably fanatical. Everyone wanted to know who the 5 ancient legacies would belong to. Chapter 544. 5 Ancient Inheritances. I never imagined that Zhuowen would actually grow to such an extent. With a faint sigh, the figure faintly shook his head as a bitter smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. If anyone saw this person, they would definitely be able to recognize that he was the number 2 genius of the house of Marquis Qin, LV Yongsheng. Ever since he had been overwhelmingly defeated by Zhuowen in the training mountain, the arrogance on LV Yongsheng's face had long since disappeared. Instead, he had become much more reserved. The crushing defeat at the training mountain was a great humiliation to him. It was like a warning to him that there was always someone better than him out there. While the crowd outside the Yuan-Chi Tower was in an uproar, 10 figures swiftly rushed towards the center of the inheritance ground on the 4th floor like 10 black lightning bolts. The inheritance ground was not very large, only spanning several thousand miles. For the 10 of them, it was as if they were mere feet away. Thus, the 10 of them quickly arrived at the core area of the inheritance ground. "We've arrived." At the very front, Lvitao's indifferent voice suddenly rang out in the ears of the others. Following which, the 10 of them stopped in their tracks. This was a cemetery that spanned several hundred miles. Within the cemetery, tombstones stood crookedly. Most of the tombstones were already badly damaged and had even cracked open. From time to time, strange and eerie wails and howls would sound out from the surroundings, causing this cemetery to appear extremely strange and terrifying. What a strong yin qi! After entering the range of this cemetery, Zhuowen suddenly felt a chill on his body. He immediately noticed that a strange yin qi had gathered around him at an unknown time. The yin qi was formless and colorless, yet they were like worms that burrowed into his body through his pores and corroded his blood and energy. Faintly furrowing his brows, Zhuowen slightly clenched his right hand. The Ice Saint rune on the back of his hand emitted an almost undetectable white glow. Soon after, the yin qi corroding his body was completely absorbed by the Ice Saint rune on the back of his hand. The Ice Saint rune was the nemesis of yin qi. To the Ice Saint rune, the yin qi was like a clown jumping around. The other 9 also sensed the strangeness of the yin qi in this place. They used the world energy in their bodies to mobilize the surrounding yuan qi, forming a layer of light on the surface of their bodies to block the encroachment of the surrounding yin qi. Among them, Lvitao, Luo Xing, and the other 2 super geniuses had an easy time dealing with the pervasive yin qi around them. Among them, Qing Lian was Luo Xing's junior sister. Her strength was not high, so Luo Xing naturally helped her resist the surrounding yin qi. Thus, Qing Lian's expression was normal. However, Ling Wushuang and the other 2 were much weaker. The surrounding yin qi caused them to be somewhat flustered. However, they were barely able to resist the corrosion of the yin qi. The sorry state of the trio was naturally seen by Lvitao and the rest. Among them, Lvitao and Luo Xing's expressions were calm and they did not have any other peculiar expressions. However, Su Tianliang, Zhu Qi and Qin Baishan's eyes more or less revealed a trace of disdain and contempt. From their point of view, the talent of these people was indeed not bad. However, this was only in comparison to other geniuses. If they were compared to super geniuses like them, the gap was extremely huge. That little bastard Zhuowen is probably not much better than these trash, right? Su Tianliang muttered maliciously in his heart. Soon after, his gaze shifted towards Zhuowen, who was nearby. From his point of view, Zhuowen had just undergone 3 world tribulations on Zhongling Mountain. His strength was at most at the initial stage of the 3rd world tribulation. Although such strength could resist the surrounding yin qi, it would be very difficult. However, when Su Tianliang's gaze focused on Zhuowen, his expression suddenly froze and his eyelids twitched slightly. This was because he saw that Zhuowen was standing on the same spot with a normal expression. There was not the slightest fluctuation of yuan qi on the surface of his body. He did not use any defensive techniques at all. This brat. Su Tianliang frowned slightly as his expression became rather puzzled. Zhuowen's abnormal state was finally noticed by the others. In particular, when they saw that Zhuowen did not use any defensive techniques and just stood in the yin qi with a normal expression, they could not help but reveal astonished expressions. Even Lvitao and Luo Xing glanced at Zhuowen in astonishment. It seems that this brat's physical strength is quite strong. He can actually resist the corrosion of the surrounding yin qi. Zhu Qi's scarlet eyes narrowed slightly as he coldly glanced at Zhuowen. The corners of his mouth revealed a dangerous arc. Everyone. This is the core area of the inheritance land. The 5 ancient inheritances will soon appear in this area. Whoever obtains the ancient inheritances will have to rely on their own abilities. I believe that no one has any objections, right? Lvitao said in a clear voice. The other 9 people nodded in succession. Among them, Ling Wushuang and the other 2 looked at each other and smiled bitterly. The three of them were considered to be the weakest existences here. It was simply impossible for them to compete with Lvetao and the other four super geniuses. Lvetao also saw the strange expressions of Ling Wushuang and the others and said indifferently, other than the ancient inheritances, there are naturally other opportunities in the inheritance land. Moreover, there are only 5 ancient inheritances. Therefore, the 5 of you who did not obtain the ancient inheritances can search in the core area. I'm afraid that there are many treasures inside. When Lvetao said this, Ling Wushuang and the other two, who were originally smiling bitterly, revealed a relaxed expression. They did not enter the inheritance land to see how Lvetao and the others obtained the ancient inheritances. Instead, they wanted to obtain some benefits inside. Therefore, when they were in the ancient ruins, they fought so desperately for the inheritance key. Since there were other opportunities inside, their trip to the land of inheritance was not in vain. At the same time, Lvetao's right hand pointed in front of him. There was a slight heat in his eyes as he said with a slight fluctuation in his voice, the blood-colored statue in front is the blood demon inheritance that has always stood in the inheritance land. It is the most powerful and terrifying inheritance in the inheritance land. The blood demon inheritance is not like the other ancient inheritances. If you are unable to pass the trial inside, you will definitely die. However, the other inheritances do not have such a characteristic. Therefore, everyone should act according to their abilities. If you are not strong enough, it is best not to choose the blood demon inheritance. When Lvetao said this, the other 9 people's gazes gathered in the direction his finger was pointing at. At the end of the road, there was a blood-colored statue that was close to 1,000 feet tall. It quietly stood between the heavens and the earth. In front of this statue, Lvetao and the other 9 people were like ants. They were insignificant. The blood-colored statue's appearance was neither human nor beast. It had the body and limbs of a human, but it had the head of a ferocious beast. It could be said that it looked extremely strange and terrifying. Is this the blood demon inheritance? Staring at the huge blood-colored statue with the head of a beast and the body of a human, Zhuowen's eyes flickered. However, there was a trace of hesitation in his heart. This was because Zhuowen's sharp 5 senses could clearly feel the terrifying and threatening aura emitted from the huge blood-colored statue at the end of the road. This aura caused Zhuowen's heartbeat to involuntarily accelerate. It was as if a little deer was pounding against his heart. Kid! This blood demon inheritance is very dangerous. In my opinion, even if you have the blood demon token and the bronze coffin, I'm afraid that it will not be so easy for you to pass the trial of the blood demon inheritance. At this moment, Xiao Hei's voice suddenly rang out in his mind. At this moment, Xiao Hei's expression was extremely grave. Her gaze towards the blood demon inheritance was filled with dread and fear. However, Zhuowen shook his head and said with a slightly bitter smile, the arrow is already knocked on the bowstring. I have no choice but to release it. I have already sworn to the heavens that I have to go this time even if I don't want to. Otherwise, I will receive a backlash from the heavens and die without a doubt. In his sea of consciousness, Xiao Hei suddenly became silent for a moment. Then, she sighed softly and said, when you enter the blood demon inheritance, try to be as careful as possible. This time, it bodes ill rather than well for you. The dangers of this blood demon inheritance are beyond my expectations. I can only take one step at a time. Zhuowen nodded and said no more. The other 9 people's gazes towards the blood demon inheritance were also filled with dread. They were very clear about the terror of this blood demon inheritance. One must know that the peerless genius of the previous Vitality Tower battle, Lu Hantian, also fell because of this blood demon inheritance. From this, one could see how terrifying it was. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, 5 earth-shattering sounds broke through the air, like the pressure of the deep sea, and suddenly resounded in this core area. Then, 5 streams of light suddenly fell from the void, like 5 meteors. Boom! The 5 streams of light instantly smashed into the open space hundreds of meters away from the 10 people. For a moment, the ground cracked and dust filled the air. When the dust gradually dispersed, the 10 people who were hundreds of meters away suddenly saw that on the open space, there were 5 stone statues of different shapes that were hundreds of meters tall. The first stone statue was of a middle-aged man with his hands behind his back and his head raised to look at the void. The stone statue was lifelike and had a surging aura. It was the one with the strongest aura among the 5 stone statues. A stream of light condensed above the middle-aged man's head and turned into a huge golden handwriting, Heaven Stage Sect, Tiangang Sect. Obviously, the golden handwriting should be introducing the inheritance contained in this stone statue. It was the inheritance of a sect called Tiangang Sect from ancient times. Moreover, it was a heaven stage sect and should be one of the higher-ranked sects in ancient times. The second stone statue was of a young girl in a gauze gown. Her aura was no weaker than the middle-aged man's. It was the heaven stage sect, Yao Qi Immortal Park. The auras of the remaining 3 stone statues were slightly weaker. One of them was a man holding a long sword, one was a strong man with a body as strong as an ox, and the last one was an elegant young man holding a folding fan. These 3 inheritances were of a lower level than the previous 2 stone statues. They were Earth Stage sects, Wind Sword Sect, Barbarian Mountain Sect, and Carefree Manor. Although their levels were lower than the previous 2 Tiangang Sect and Yao Qi Immortal Park, their auras were not ordinary. Obviously, the inheritances inside were not weak. Chapter 545. Inheritance Ownership Tiangang Sect, Jade Pool Immortal Park, Wind Sword Sect, Barbarian Mountain Sect, and Carefree Manor. The names of the 5 inheritances appeared in the golden words in the air. 5 drooling auras were continuously emitted from the 5 stone statues. Needless to say, the 10 people present knew that the strength of these 5 inheritances was far beyond their imagination. These inheritances carried the strength of an ancient sect. As long as one had the ability and opportunity to pass through the trial stages, all the resources in the inheritance would belong to one person. One person could obtain all the accumulated resources of a sect. Just thinking about it, one could imagine how great of an opportunity this was. Not only did the inheritances contain an enormous amount of resources, but they also contained a great deal of cultivation experience. These cultivation experiences were perhaps even more important than resources to cultivators. Just think about it. If a cultivator tried to cultivate by himself, he would eventually encounter an insurmountable bottleneck. Some cultivators might even be stuck at a bottleneck for the rest of their lives. This bottleneck was not something that could be solved with sufficient resources. The cultivation experiences of the ancient sects were extremely rich. There were experiences on how to ascend to the level of 4 sovereigns, as well as some taboos for ascension. With these experiences, cultivators would undoubtedly be able to take fewer detours. One had to know that each level of the martial way was more profound than the last. Perhaps it was easy to break through the illusory yin and corporeal yang realms in the early stages, but once one reached the ultimate emperor realm, the difficulty of breaking through was unimaginable. The difficulty of ascending from the ultimate emperor realm to the level of 4 sovereigns was even more terrifying. It was perhaps even more difficult than the entire level of the ultimate emperor realm. This was also why in the vast Muqin County, only Lu Nantian had reached the level of 4 sovereigns. The master of the meteorite, Marquis Baichuan, Marquis Yongsheng, and the sect master of the Imperial Sword sect were all stuck at the level of 9 sovereigns for hundreds of years. They were still unable to advance. This actually showed how difficult it was to ascend to the level of 4 sovereigns. The ancient inheritances contained the experiences of countless cultivators, as well as some taboos and pointers. It was because of these experiences that cultivators would be able to take fewer detours to ascend to the level of 4 sovereigns. It would also become much easier to ascend to the level of 4 sovereigns. Therefore, this kind of experience that could help martial artists break through bottlenecks was the most precious thing in the inheritance. The surroundings were filled with a strange silence. Only the sound of heavy breathing could be heard as the 10 of them stared solemnly at the 5 stone statues in front of them. This strange silence did not last for long. Lve Tao, who was the strongest, suddenly moved. Lve Tao looked regretfully at the blood demon legacy in front of him. Then, he stomped his foot and transformed into a stream of light. In the next moment, Lve Tao was already standing on the back of the middle-aged man's stone statue with his hands behind his back. He leaned over and looked at the remaining 9 people below. His indifferent voice slowly sounded, "Tiangang sect. I, Lve Tao, want it. Which one of you wants to compete with me?" When Lve Tao said this, the 9 people below, including Zhuowen, all revealed bitter smiles. Lve Tao's strength was already at the ultimate 5-wheel emperor realm. With this kind of strength, even if the 9 of them worked together, they might not be a match for Lve Tao. Even Zhuowen was far inferior to the current Lve Tao. Of course, if he used the bronze coffin and summoned the puppet Bai Lin, he might be able to fight against Lve Tao. However, Zhuowen's target was not the 5 ancient inheritances in front of him. Instead, it was the blood demon legacy in front of him. Naturally, he could not go out and provoke Lve Tao. Seeing that the other 9 people below did not move, the corners of Lve Tao's mouth curved slightly. After sweeping his gaze across the others, it finally stopped on Zhuowen. Seeing that Zhuowen was a little absent-minded, a trace of surprise appeared on Lve Tao's face. Among the 9 people below, Lve Tao paid the most attention to Zhuowen. After all, Zhuowen had broken his undefeated legend on Zhongling Mountain and even broke the final record of Zhongling Mountain. That was why he paid so much attention to Zhuowen. Originally, he thought that Zhuowen might come out and compete with him after he chose the most powerful inheritance. However, the reality disappointed him. Not only did Zhuowen not come out, he was even absent-minded. What's wrong with Zhuowen? Looking at him, it seems like he is not interested in the 5 ancient inheritances at all. Muttering in a low voice, Lve Tao became more and more puzzled. Zhuowen's unusual attitude could not help but attract his attention. Since Lve Tao had the Tiangang sect, the other 9 people did not have the slightest objection. After a while, Luo Xing's jade-like feet gently pushed off the ground and flew towards another heaven stage sect, the Jade Pool Immortal Park, like a fluttering butterfly. Luo Xing. I'm afraid that you might not be able to enjoy the second heaven stage sect's inheritance. Zhu Qi, whose eyes were scarlet, revealed a sinister smile at the corner of his mouth. The sword finger on his right hand pointed at the void. Immediately, a huge blood-red sword that was a few hundred feet long descended from the void and violently blasted towards Luo Xing in the air. As the former number 2 genius of Muqin County, an existence that was only inferior to Lve Tao, Zhu Qi was very displeased with Luo Xing, who had risen in recent years and surpassed him in fame to become the new number 2 genius of Muqin County. In his opinion, Luo Xing's strength was not weak, but he might not be much stronger than him. In his opinion, the number 2 genius of Muqin County did not live up to his name. Zhu Qi. I know that you are extremely displeased that I have stolen the title of number 2 genius from you. However, I can clearly tell you that I, Luo Xing, did not ascend to such a high position because of the flattery of outsiders. Luo Xing, who was in the air, raised her head slightly and stared at the huge blood-red sword descending from the void. A cold glint flashed through her beautiful eyes. At this moment it was time for her to properly display her true strength to prevent Zhu Qi from provoking her all the time. With a wave of her hand, countless hazy starlight immediately burst out from Luo Xing's sleeve, forming a huge spiral nebula in the void. At the same time, a powerful aura that caused the sky to change color violently surged out from Luo Xing's seemingly small body. The air within a radius of several hundred kilometers became restless at this moment. The peak of the ultimate 4-wheel emperor stage. Zhu Qi's pupils shrank to the size of needles the moment this aura burst out from Luo Xing's body. He could not help but cry out in alarm. Shock appeared on the faces of the surrounding people as well. They had never imagined that Luo Xing had concealed her strength so deeply and that her strength had actually reached such a profound level. After all, Luo Xing herself was extremely mysterious. She had only risen to fame in a few years. Although many people regarded her as the strongest person below Lvetao, no one knew Luo Xing's exact cultivation level. They only knew that she had reached the ultimate four-wheel emperor stage. However, Luo Xing's sudden display of strength at the peak of the ultimate four-wheel emperor stage naturally shocked many people present. Boom! 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 The huge spiral nebula was like the most powerful meat grinder in the world. The huge blood-red sword in the void slammed into the center of the nebula and was directly torn to shreds by the powerful tearing force within. Zhu Qi grunted when the blood-red sword was destroyed. He could not help but take a few steps back. He stared at Luo Xing, who stood high on the stone statue, with some fear in his eyes. His face was extremely gloomy. Zhu Qi. If you are still unconvinced, you can come up and compete with me for the inheritance of the Jade Pool Immortal Park. Luo Xing stood gracefully on the stone statue's shoulder and looked down at Zhu Qi with her beautiful eyes. Her clear voice slowly reverberated like a lark's. Zhu Qi snorted coldly but did not move at all. Although his strength had reached the intermediate four-wheel emperor stage, he was still 2 small realms away from the peak four-wheel emperor stage. If Luo Xing had been at the advanced four-wheel emperor stage, he would have had the confidence to compete with her. However, Luo Xing had reached the peak of the ultimate four-wheel emperor stage. The strength of a peak four-wheel emperor stage expert was not something he could contend against right now. Humph. Luo Xing, you've concealed your strength quite well. You've actually reached the peak of the ultimate four-wheel emperor stage without anyone noticing. Since you have such strength, I won't compete with you. With that, Zhu Qi's eyes turned cold. He stepped forward and directly climbed onto the stone statue of the Wind Sword sect. He was an expert of the sword, so choosing the Wind Sword sect was naturally the most appropriate choice. After Zhu Qi made his choice, Su Tianliang and Qin Batian looked at each other and made their own choices. Qin Batian naturally chose the Barbarian Mountain Sect stone statue while Su Tianliang chose the Carefree Manor. Whoosh! However, just as Su Tianliang was about to approach the stone statue of a youth holding a folding fan, the sound of something breaking through the wind suddenly rang out from behind him. Fierce gusts of wind shot out in all directions like countless hidden weapons. Su Tianliang also noticed the strange situation behind him. He frowned slightly and twisted his waist. He actually used a strange posture to forcefully adjust his direction, just barely dodging the hidden weapon that was shooting towards him from behind. Clang! The sound of metal clashing suddenly rang out, and the sound of something breaking through the air swept past Su Tianliang's ears. A black shadow shot directly into the chest of the young man holding a folding fan in front of him. Sparks flew in all directions, and it was directly nailed to the chest of the stone statue. Only then did Su Tianliang notice that the thing that had shot towards him from behind was actually a ferocious-looking bone spear. He also recognized this bone spear. It was called the tyrannical dragon scale bone spear, and it was Zhuowen's weapon. Zhuowen! You little bastard, you actually dare to sneak attack me from behind. After thoroughly recognizing the bone spear, the veins on Su Tianliang's forehead suddenly popped out. He did not expect that before he could find trouble with Zhuowen, this brat would actually dare to sneak attack him from behind. This instantly caused Su Tianliang to fly into a rage. Gently tapping the air, Su Tianliang's cold gaze shifted downwards and landed on the crowd below. He wanted to see who exactly gave this Zhuowen the courage to openly provoke him. However, what caused him to be stunned was that there was not even the slightest trace of Zhuowen's figure in the crowd below. Following which, another sound of something breaking through the wind rang out from behind him, and a clear voice rang out beside his ears. Su Tianliang, are you looking for me? No need to look, I'm right behind you. Narrowing his eyes, Su Tianliang suddenly tilted his head, only to see Zhuowen's entire body covered in a golden glow. A fist grew larger and larger in his eyes, directly smashing into his chest. Puchi. Chapter 546. Against Su Tianliang rumble. An earth-shattering tremor resounded across the land. Soon after, everyone was stunned as they discovered that Su Tianliang had been miserably smashed into the ground, creating a deep pit that was several meters deep. Shifting their gazes upwards, everyone's gazes landed on the figure that had landed on the young man's statue as shock filled their eyes. They never imagined that Su Tianliang would be knocked to the ground by Zhuowen right from the start. From the looks of it, he did not even have the strength to resist. Lvetao, Luo Xing, Zhu Qi and Qin Batian on the other 4 stone statues were also astonished as they looked towards Zhuowen, who was standing on the carefree manner's stone statue. They never expected that Zhuowen would actually suddenly take action. What was even more inconceivable was that Su Tianliang, one of the 5 super geniuses, was actually unable to dodge Zhuowen's attack. Instead, he was directly knocked to the ground, cutting an extremely sorry figure. Zhuowen's strength has increased again. Luo Xing's cherry lips slightly parted as she softly muttered. Lvetao, who had been indifferent all this while, stared at Zhuowen with a hint of fighting spirit in the depths of his eyes. The stronger Zhuowen's performance was, the higher his expectations of the latter would be. Unknowingly, he had already regarded Zhuowen as his true opponent. On the other hand, Qin Batian's expression was extremely complicated. His strength was not much different from Su Tianliang's. He knew that if he had exchanged places with Su Tianliang, his situation would not have been any better than Su Tianliang's. The pupils of Zhu Qi, who was wearing blood-red clothes and carrying a blood-red sword on his back, shrunk slightly. His gaze was filled with coldness as he stared at Zhuowen. Clearly, Zhuowen's performance had exceeded his expectations. Humph. Su Tianliang is not so easy to deal with. Zhu Qi coldly snorted but did not take any action. He was very clear about Su Tianliang's strength. If not for Zhuowen's surprise attack, Su Tianliang would not have ended up in such a sorry state. However, since Zhuowen was able to succeed in his sneak attack, his strength should not be too weak. Let these 2 guys fight for a round first. Even if Su Tianliang is defeated, Zhuowen will probably be exhausted. When the time comes, I only need to make a slight move, and that little bastard Zhuowen won't be able to escape the fate of death. Zhu Qi's eyes flickered as he silently calculated in his heart. Since Zhuowen had already clashed with Su Tianliang, he would naturally not foolishly charge forward. He would first sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. In the end, he might even be able to reap the benefits. Zhuowen. You little bastard, you actually dared to sneak attack me. Boom. The ground cracked, and within the deep pit, an aura continuously swelled like a wave. Dust was suddenly torn apart, revealing a faintly discernible figure. Su Tianliang's face was slightly pale, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, his gaze was extremely gloomy as he stared at Zhuowen, who was holding a spear with both hands on the stone statue. His heart was filled with astonishment. Even though Zhuowen had launched a sneak attack on him, he had secretly used the strength within his body to defend himself at the last moment. However, he had still been hit by Zhuowen's punch until his blood boiled and he ended up in such a sorry state. Zhuowen's strength was not at the initial stage of the Ultimate Emperor stage. He was at least at the advanced stage of the Ultimate Emperor stage. No wonder this little bastard dared to provoke me. It turns out that his strength is not weak. However, today, I will completely cripple you. With this thought in mind, Su Tianliang suddenly took a step forward. An even more powerful aura surged out like a hurricane. The strength of his aura had reached the peak of the ultimate emperor stage. It looks like Su Tianliang is truly furious. He has actually revealed his aura without holding back. Zhuowen is probably in for it. The few people left on the ground all shook their heads and sighed inwardly when they sensed Su Tianliang's powerful aura. Even a sliver of worry appeared on Qing Lian's pretty face. After all, Su Tianliang was one of the 5 super geniuses. His strength was one of the best in the entire Muqin County. Although Zhuowen's talent was astonishing, he was still not very strong. It would be a little difficult for him to go up against Su Tianliang. However, Ling Wushuang's eyes shone brightly. Perhaps others did not know Zhuowen's true strength, but she had personally experienced Zhuowen's great strength. Back in the Falling Star sect, the figure that had instantly killed the bald youth and shattered the restriction outside the spatial stone tablet was still vivid in her mind. That figure gradually overlapped with the spear-wielding figure on the stone statue in her mind. Ling Wushuang knew that the unlucky one in this battle would not be Zhuowen. Instead, it might be Su Tianliang. When Su Tianliang unleashed the aura of a peak ultimate emperor without holding back, the faces of the other 4 super geniuses on the stone statue changed. Zhuowen is in for it. Zhu Qi licked his lips and smiled cruelly. Lv Yitao and Luo Xing were calm as they silently watched Zhuowen and Su Tianliang face off in the distance. Lv Yitao's sharp eyes revealed a sliver of anticipation. He wanted to see if Zhuowen could be Su Tianliang's opponent. If Zhuowen was not even as strong as Su Tianliang, then perhaps he had overestimated Zhuowen. Zhuowen was not worthy of his attention. Zhuowen stood proudly on the stone statue. He lowered his head and quietly stared at Su Tianliang, whose aura surged like the sea. There was not the slightest change in Zhuowen's eyes, only the usual calmness. It was as if the aura that erupted from Su Tianliang was nothing in his eyes. Su Tianliang. Since I dare to challenge you, it's not because I'm arrogant, but because. As he spoke, Zhuowen suddenly stomped his foot, and an aura that was vast like the sea and was practically not inferior to Su Tianliang similarly shot out explosively from Zhuowen's body. The air behind him even started to boil and roil, forming numerous terrifying gales. It's because I already have the strength to challenge you. As soon as he said that, Zhuowen's aura reached its peak, instantly suppressing the aura released by Su Tianliang. Everyone present was shocked. A peak ultimate emperor? To think that Zhuowen also possesses such strength. No wonder Zhuowen dares to challenge Su Tianliang. Below the stone statue, with the exception of Ling Wushuang, the faces of the others were filled with shock. Evidently, the aura that Zhuowen had suddenly displayed had truly shocked them. They also knew that the reason why Zhuowen dared to provoke Su Tianliang was not because he was arrogant, but because he had solid strength. The other 4 super geniuses on the stone statues were also visibly moved. Clearly, they had not expected Zhuowen to advance so quickly. After all, Zhuowen had only just passed the tribulation of heaven and earth when he was at Zhongling Mountain, and had reached the ultimate emperor stage not too long ago. He had actually advanced by leaps and bounds in such a short period of time, reaching the peak of the ultimate emperor stage. Such speed was truly terrifying. The indifferent Lv Yitao nodded slightly, a look of anticipation in his eyes. Luo Xing's beautiful eyes were complicated, Zhu Qi's expression was gloomy, and Qin Baishan's face was filled with shock. The 4 of them had different expressions. When Su Tianliang sensed that Zhuowen's aura was not weaker than his own, his face twitched. Clearly, he was also shocked by Zhuowen's cultivation speed, and his face became extremely gloomy. Humph. No wonder you were able to reach the peak of Zhongling Mountain. Your potential is indeed terrifying, but if you want to defeat me, perhaps you're still not qualified. Su Tianliang's expression became extremely solemn. With a cold snort, he stepped on the void and instantly reached the other end of the stone statue. At the same time, his right hand pointed at the void behind him. Countless primordial chi condensed in the void, and the world was boiling. Underworld Shadow Finger. One finger shakes the heavens and earth. Rip. A crack suddenly appeared in the void, and a giant black finger that was hundreds of feet long swept out from the crack. It was like a huge mountain, and directly descended on the forest. For a moment, the world changed color. It seems that Su Tianliang has felt the threat from Zhuowen. He actually used the most powerful forbidden technique of the Marquis of Baichuan's mansion, the Underworld Shadow Finger. On the other 4 stone statues, Lve Tao and the other 3 were astonished after seeing Su Tianliang use such a terrifying forbidden technique as the Dark Shadow Finger right from the start. Rumble. The giant black finger that was hundreds of feet long, like a mountain, slowly descended above Zhuowen's head. Wherever it passed, the space was completely shattered into powder, forming black holes. Looking at the giant black finger in the sky, Zhuowen's gaze was extremely calm. Back in the dark forest, he was still fleeing pathetically under Su Tianliang's pursuit. But now, he had unknowingly made Su Tianliang feel a great threat. I'm afraid that the first move of the Underworld Shadow Finger is not enough. The corners of Zhuowen's mouth were filled with a sneer. He suddenly tightened his grip on the dragon-scale tyrannical bone spear, and the spear was tilted from top to bottom. His right foot was in front of him, and the tip of his foot was pushed forward. An incomparably powerful aura swept out. At this moment it was as if Zhuowen and the dragon-scale tyrannical bone spear had become one. Advance and the dragon will regret. Retreat and the vine will grow. Ascending dragon style, break for me. As soon as these words came out, a giant dragon head that was hundreds of feet long descended from the void behind Zhuowen. Its aura was not the slightest bit weaker than the giant black finger above Su Tianliang. Boom! 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 In just an instant, the giant black finger and the giant dragon head collided with a loud bang. Monstrous waves of explosions rang out incessantly, and boundless waves of air rolled out. With the 2 of them at the epicenter, the space within a few hundred-mile radius completely collapsed at this moment. The 4 super geniuses on the other stone statues that were closest to them all used their own defensive techniques and easily blocked the ripples that surged after this. However, Ling Wushuang and the other 3 below the stone statues were in a much more miserable state. They continuously retreated, and only after retreating a few hundred steps did they barely manage to withstand the powerful ripples that swept over. Slightly raising their heads, they stared at the 2 figures standing at the center of the explosion with terrified expressions. They had never imagined that the battle between Su Tianliang and Zhuowen would actually be so terrifying. They had finally experienced the enormous gap between themselves and such exceptional geniuses. Zhuowen. It's not over yet. Dark Nether Finger Second Style, Second Finger weeps ghosts and gods. Die. Chapter 547. 3 fingers shaking the universe. Suddenly, Su Tianliang let out a low shout and pointed his second finger at the void behind him. Once again, an even bigger hole was torn open. From that huge hole, a black finger that was nearly 1,000 feet long slowly stretched out. The strange thing was that the surface of this even larger black finger was actually filled with a dense ink-black fog. Countless ghostly faces were faintly discernible within the fog, while frightening ear-piercing howls continuously reverberated throughout the area. This was the second move of the Dark Shadow Finger, Second Finger weeping ghosts and gods. Zhuowen had seen this move before in the dark forest. Its power was indeed extraordinary. At that time, Zhuowen had been put in an extremely difficult position by this move. However, things were different now. In the face of this gigantic finger filled with ghostly howls, Zhuowen's expression was calm. Whoosh! A cold glint arrives first, then the spear strikes like a dragon. Crouching dragon, come. Zhuowen's right hand tightened around the spear's hilt. The spear's momentum didn't change. He suddenly swung the bone spear and immediately executed the second move of the tyrannical dragon scale spear, the crouching dragon. Instantly, a dragon's roar filled the sky. A huge coiling dragon slowly appeared with Zhuowen at its center. Zhuowen could even see the sinister dragon scales on the coiling dragon's body. Under the reflection of the light, they appeared dazzling and glaring. The crouching dragon was the only defensive move of the tyrannical dragon scale spear's four moves. Previously, Zhuowen had relied on this move to forcefully withstand the combined attacks of 30 to 40 cultivators. The second move of the dark shadow finger was indeed terrifying, but the crouching dragon that Zhuowen executed wasn't weak either. The gigantic finger instantly slammed into the coiled dragon. Countless balls of light continuously exploded. The coiled dragon roared at the sky. There were faint signs of collapse on its surface, but it still managed to hold on in the end. The second move of the dark shadow finger had been barely resisted by the crouching dragon. What? This little bastard actually managed to block it? Su Tianliang's pupils shrank as a trace of shock appeared in his eyes. He hadn't expected Zhuowen to be able to block the second move of the dark nether finger. After all, the second move of the dark nether finger was much more powerful than the first move. It was enough to threaten a peak three-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. Although Zhuowen was barely able to resist the attack, he didn't seem to have suffered much damage. Su Tianliang. Prepare to die. With a shake of the bone spear, the broken coiling dragon around him suddenly turned into countless motes of light. At some point, two pairs of massive thunder wings had appeared on Zhuowen's back. With a single step, he turned into an illusory shadow of thunder. With a flash of lightning, Zhuowen arrived in front of Su Tianliang in an instant. He swung the long spear in his hand, and with a terrifying whistling sound, it pierced toward Su Tianliang's glabella. Su Tianliang coldly snorted. He patted his Qianquan bag and took out two long black sabers. He slashed the two sabers in front of his chest and immediately blocked the bone spear that was thrusting towards him. Clang! 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 Sparks flew as crisp sounds rang out continuously. Zhuowen and Su Tianliang had exchanged dozens of blows in an instant. The sound of metal clashing against metal was ear-piercing and clear. Their speed had practically reached the limit. They were so fast that it was difficult for the naked eye to catch them. Only the sparks from the collision of their weapons could barely be seen. So fast. I really didn't expect their battle to cause such a huge commotion. Below the stone statue, Ling Wushuang and the rest stared blankly at the battle scene in the air. Sparks flew and black shadows danced wildly. Even with their cultivation level, they were actually unable to capture any signs of the battle between the two. They knew that the battle between the two of them had already exceeded the scope of their factions. If any one of them went up, they would be defeated within a few moves. They might even lose their lives. The eyes of the other four super geniuses on the remaining four stone statues narrowed. Their expressions were focused on the two people who were continuously exchanging blows in the air. With their strength, they were naturally able to clearly capture the trajectory and situation of the exchange between the two. However, what caused them to be somewhat astonished was that Su Tianliang was actually at a disadvantage. On the other hand, Zhuowen was becoming more and more ferocious. Moreover, a rich golden glow faintly emitted from his body. What was even stranger was that the more intense the golden glow emitted from Zhuowen's body became, the more powerful his strength became. On the other hand, Su Tianliang was becoming more and more strenuous. Su Tianliang is about to be defeated. LV Itao's eyes were like torches as his calm voice slowly sounded out. With his strength and insight, he could instantly tell that Su Tianliang was about to be defeated. In a few moves, Su Tianliang would likely be completely defeated. When Luo Xing, Zhu Qi and Qin Batian heard this, a complicated expression surfaced on their faces. They did not expect that Su Tianliang, who was one of the 5 super geniuses along with them, would actually be defeated by Zhuowen, a brat who was initially unknown. This brat's growth is too fast. There must be some secret on his body. Perhaps, he might have obtained some benefits at the peak of Zhongling Mountain. Such a secret must be in my hands. Seeing that Su Tianliang had fallen into a disadvantage, Zhu Qi's scarlet eyes narrowed slightly. The depths of his eyes were unknowingly filled with dense killing intent. He was very clear that Zhuowen's cultivation speed was very likely related to the peak of Zhongling Mountain. If he was able to obtain the secret on the former's body, perhaps his cultivation speed would also soar. He would definitely be able to surpass Luo Xing, who was suppressing him. When he thought of himself being able to surpass the arrogant Luo Xing, a trace of perverted pleasure flashed across Zhu Qi's eyes. The gaze he used to look at Zhuowen was filled with even more hope and desire. Clang! Another exchange occurred. Instantly, countless sparks flew as strength qi swirled in the air. Countless cyclones enveloped the 2 figures. With a muffled groan, a figure suddenly flew out. Everyone looked over and was shocked to discover that the figure that flew out was none other than Su Tianliang. At this moment, Su Tianliang looked exhausted, his hair was in a mess, his face was sinister, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. His face was devoid of blood, and he retreated a few hundred steps in the air. He stomped his feet in the air and barely managed to stop his body from retreating. This Zhuowen. How did he become so strong? At this moment, Su Tianliang's hands that were holding onto the 2 black blades were trembling slightly. The web between his thumb and index finger was cracked and blood flowed endlessly. Just now, he had exchanged many blows with Zhuowen. Every time they collided, he felt as if a mountain was pressing down on his weapon, causing his hands to feel numb. Moreover, as the golden light in Zhuowen's body became more vigorous, the pressure also became heavier. During the battle, Zhuowen's strength was constantly increasing. It was not the strength of Yuanli, but a type of pure physical strength. Obviously, Zhuowen had cultivated an extremely terrifying body refining technique. Su Tianliang was actually repelled. Could it be that Zhuowen's strength is so strong that even Su Tianliang is no match for him? When Ling Wushuang and the others below the stone statue saw Su Tianliang's miserable appearance, they all revealed shocked expressions. In the sky, Zhuowen gently flicked his finger on the tip of the spear. A clear and melodious buzzing sound slowly reverberated across this stretch of the world. Soon after, Zhuowen raised his head slightly. His gaze was indifferent as he looked toward Su Tianliang, who was a short distance away. Su Tianliang. Now, I'm no longer that small fry who was chased by you in the dark forest and had to flee in a sorry state. Today, your life, I, Zhuowen, will be taking it. An indifferent voice slowly spread out from Zhuowen's mouth. Following which, Zhuowen fiercely stomped his foot. Lightning shot out and in an instant, he appeared in front of Su Tianliang. The long spear in his right hand flicked, bringing with it a swift and fierce wind as it unscrupulously swept out. Kill me. Zhuowen, you are not qualified. At this moment, Su Tianliang's eyes revealed a trace of hesitation. However, after looking at the aggressive Zhuowen in front of him, his eyes revealed a trace of ruthlessness. At this moment, Su Tianliang straightened his spine and stomped his foot once again. A terrifying aura burst out from his body. Following which, Su Tianliang pointed his finger once again. Instantly, countless auras gathered and the heavens and the earth changed color. I really didn't expect that you would be able to force me to use the 3rd finger of the Dark Shadow Finger. This is the most powerful finger of the Dark Shadow Finger. Zhuowen, if you die under this finger in the end, you can be proud. Su Tianliang's sinister voice reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth. Yuan Qi within a few thousand miles frantically gathered in the void behind Su Tianliang, directly transforming into a huge spiral-shaped black hole. Rip! The sound of glass shattering rang out. The black hole actually shattered into fine powder. A huge black finger that was tens of thousands of feet long slowly descended from the shattered void like a monstrous black dragon. At this moment, Su Tianliang was surrounded by black qi. His long hair fluttered in the wind and his eyes were filled with malevolence. He had personally experienced the terror of the third finger of the dark shadow finger. This move could already threaten an ultimate four-wheel emperor. Zhuowen in front of him was only at the peak of the ultimate three-wheel emperor realm. Therefore, in his opinion, Zhuowen was doomed under the third finger of the dark shadow finger. Third move of the dark shadow finger, 3 fingers shake the universe. Under the huge finger, Su Tianliang's voice rang out word by word. When the last word was uttered, his right finger suddenly swung downwards. Instantly, the huge finger covered the sky as it fell towards Zhuowen. When Su Tianliang used the third finger of the dark shadow finger, Lv Tao, Luo Xing, Zhu Qi and Qin Batian were all shocked. The dark shadow finger was a famous forbidden technique of the Baichuan Marquis residence. Naturally, they knew it like the back of their hands. The dark shadow finger had a total of 3 moves, and each move was more terrifying than the last. The power of the third move, in particular, had completely reached the level of collapsing heaven and earth and shattering mountains and rivers. Furthermore, Su Tianliang had only grasped the basics of the third finger. He hadn't mastered it at all. Although the power displayed by the third finger was impressive, the backlash was extremely terrifying. Su Tianliang had clearly been forced into a corner by Zhuowen, which was why he had used the third finger of the dark shadow finger in the end. Zhuowen! You must die now. You forced me to use the third finger of the dark shadow finger. If you don't die, I won't be able to rest easy. At this moment, Su Tianliang's face was as pale as snow as he glared at Zhuowen below. Chapter 548. Four-color lotus. The huge black finger in the sky posed too much of a threat to Zhuowen. Therefore, Zhuowen didn't dare be careless. He immediately took out the only 4 types of earth flames in his body. The cyan 3000 green lotus flame, the blue 9 heavens thunder flame, the star-filled star flame, and the strange blood flame. 4 different colored earth flames surrounded Zhuowen in layers, causing the temperature of the air to soar to an unimaginable level. Earth fire. And 4 types of earth fire at that. Ling Wushuang and the others also felt the sudden increase in temperature around them. When they saw the 4 different colored earth fires around Zhuowen's body, their expressions became very interesting. One had to know that earth flames were extremely rare and terrifying. Being able to encounter one type of earth flame was already a great fortune. However, Zhuowen had actually brought out 4 types of earth flames at once. This caused them to be inexplicably shocked. Even Lv Tao, Luo Xing, and the other 3 people on the stone statues were moved when they saw the 4 types of earth fires around Zhuowen. It's said that Zhuowen's talent in mental strength is even more terrifying than his martial arts. But no matter how terrifying it is, isn't it a little too abnormal to be able to control 4 types of earth fire at once? Qin Batian, who had remained silent all this while, had his mouth agape, unable to conceal the shock on his face. 4 types of earth fire is indeed terrifying. However, compared to Su Tianliang's third dark underworld finger, the difference is not just a little. Even if this Zhuowen releases 4 types of earth fire, it is still impossible for him to block that 10,000 feet long giant finger. However, Zhu Qi shook his head. He looked at Zhuowen as if he was looking at a dead man. In his opinion, no matter what, Zhuowen would not be able to escape death. In his heart, he was already planning on how to snatch the Qiankuan bag from Zhuowen's waist as soon as possible after Zhuowen's death. He was very curious. What was the secret behind Zhuowen's cultivation speed? And what kind of benefits did he obtain from Zhongling Mountain? I don't think so. For Zhuowen to be able to suppress Su Tianliang to such an extent, I'm afraid that he also has a powerful trump card. This third dark underworld finger might not be able to kill Zhuowen. Luo Xing's beautiful eyes flashed slightly as she opened her mouth to speak. The feeling that Zhuowen gave her had always been as hazy and mysterious as a veil. She naturally did not believe that Zhuowen would be defeated by Su Tianliang just like that. He. Could it be that the number one beauty of our prefecture is interested in a brat like Zhuowen who stinks of milk? It seems that your taste is quite unique. You actually like this kind of gigolo. Seeing that it was Luo Xing who spoke, Zhu Qi grinned, his words full of sarcasm. Although Luo Xing was indeed stronger than him, he was still not convinced of Luo Xing's strength, so his words were not polite at all. Luo Xing indifferently glanced at Zhu Qi and indifferently said, "The number one genius of the Imperial Sword sect is only so. All you can do is talk big. If you are not convinced of my strength, we can see the real deal." Hearing this, Zhu Qi's face twitched. Luo Xing's strength was much higher than his. If he were to fight with Luo Xing, needless to say, it would be a one-sided battle. Therefore, Zhu Qi immediately fell silent. He was really afraid that Luo Xing would fly into a rage out of humiliation and attack him. Seeing that Zhu Qi did not speak, a trace of disdain flashed across Luo Xing's beautiful eyes. She shook her head and did not want to argue with Zhu Qi. Zhuowen, I never thought that you would have 4 types of earth fire on you. However, even if you have 4 types of earth fire, their power is not enough to threaten the third dark underworld finger. You should just obediently accept your death. Su Tianliang laughed loudly as he looked at Zhuowen with an attitude of looking at a dead man. Zhuowen did not pay attention to Su Tianliang's provocation. Instead, he silently operated the secret spirit skill, fire melting art, that he had obtained from the tattered cloth. At that time, he was already able to use the fire melting art to fuse 3 types of refining flames. However, the process of fusing 4 types of refining flames was extremely difficult and terrifying. Moreover, with the strength of his body at that time, it was really difficult for him to withstand the backlash of the 4 types of refining flames. Therefore, Zhuowen had not successfully fused 4 types of refining flames until now. However, since the trip to Zhongling Mountain, Zhuowen had unknowingly cultivated the nirvana of the Great Sun to the entry level. All 365 acupuncture points in his body had been opened. The strength of his body was much stronger than before. Therefore, he was no longer afraid of the backlash of the 4 types of refining flames. At this moment, he wanted to see just how powerful the 4 types of refining flames were. Would it be able to withstand the third dark underworld finger? Whoosh! A vast mind power that was as vast as the sea instantly swept out from Zhuowen's Naiwen palace. Then, layer upon layer, it gently enveloped the 4 types of refining flames around Zhuowen and began the process of fusing the 4 types of refining flames. The current Zhuowen, whether it was his mind power or the strength of his body, was much stronger than before. Therefore, it did not take much time for him to control his mind power to fuse the 4 types of refining flames. He succeeded in one go. Boom! The moment the 4 types of refining flames were fused, the surrounding temperature soared again. Ling Wushuang and the others, who were hundreds of meters away, could vaguely feel the heat. They could not help but stare at Zhuowen's figure in amazement. At this moment, the 4 types of refining flames around Zhuowen's body had disappeared without a trace. Instead, they were replaced by 4 types of strange flames that flickered alternately. This strange flame was like a fire python that twined around Zhuowen's body. Its aura was extremely terrifying. This flame? Did Zhuowen fuse the 4 types of refining flames together to create a new type of flame? When everyone saw the 4 types of refining flames around Zhuowen, their eyes revealed a trace of astonishment and shock. They did not expect that Zhuowen had the ability to fuse the 4 types of refining flames together to form an even more powerful flame. How did this guy do it? It's time to test the power of the refining flames. Raising his head, Zhuowen directly faced the huge finger. With a wave of his right hand, the 4-colored refining flames turned into a huge sea of fire and swept towards the huge finger in the sky. Su Tianliang clearly saw Zhuowen's actions below, especially when he saw Zhuowen fusing 4 types of earth fire to form a 4-colored refining flame. He actually felt a trace of threat from the 4-colored refining flame. The fusion of 4 types of refining flames. Looks like this is your final trump card. Then I'll crush this trump card of yours. Su Tianliang shouted in a low voice. His extended finger slowly fell. The huge finger finally blasted on the refining flames that soared into the sky. Rumble. A series of earth-shattering noises rang out continuously. The surrounding space collapsed and collapsed. Countless cyclones were densely packed together and squeezed the surrounding space. What shocked everyone was that the sea of fire formed by the terrifying refining flames actually completely blocked the huge finger. For a moment, the sea of fire and the huge finger were in a silent stalemate in the air. No one was willing to give way to the other. Blocked? The refining flames created by Zhuowen are actually so powerful. Even the 3rd finger of the dark shadow finger was blocked. Su Tianliang's pupils shrank. He could not help but exclaim in his heart. A trace of madness appeared on his face. The other onlookers were also stunned by this scene. They all knew how terrifying the 3rd finger of the dark shadow finger was, but even such a terrifying move was blocked by the refining flames. Compared to the shock of the others, Zhuowen's face revealed a trace of a smile. The power of the refining flames was beyond his expectations. The 3rd finger of the dark shadow finger was already powerful enough to threaten a 4-wheel ultimate Emperor realm expert, but the refining flames were able to block such an attack. Obviously, the refining flames' power was on par with the 3rd finger of the dark shadow finger. Impossible. Zhuowen, you little bastard, die. Su Tianliang shouted loudly. Looking at the blocked dark underworld finger, his eyes had already become incomparably red. Forcefully enduring the backlash in his body, his right finger once again pointed at the void. The first move of the dark shadow finger, 1 finger shocks heaven and earth. The second move of the dark shadow finger, 2 fingers weeping ghosts and gods. Break! 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 As soon as he shouted, 2 more huge fingers appeared in the void. These 2 huge fingers were much smaller than the refining flames, but their power was still not to be underestimated. Puchi. After continuously using the first 2 moves of the dark shadow finger, Su Tianliang was finally unable to suppress the backlash in his body. A mouthful of blood violently spurted out, and his entire body became incomparably weak. This time, he must kill this little bastard Zhuowen. In the void, the 3 huge fingers stood side by side, and their power suddenly increased by several times. In an instant, they suppressed the refining flames. Suddenly, the endless sea of fire was forced to retreat. It seemed that it did not have enough strength and was on the verge of collapse. Zhuowen's eyes darkened. He did not expect Su Tianliang to be so difficult to deal with. His eyes flashed. He knew that he would need to use the ice-fire holy symbol to create the 4-colored lotus flower to completely suppress the 3 huge fingers in the void. Ha! Zhuowen, let's see what other moves you have to block the 3rd finger of the dark shadow finger. You are dead. Although Su Tianliang had become extremely weak, he laughed proudly as if Zhuowen had already died in front of him. Die. It's not me who should die, it's you. Zhuowen shook his head. Immediately, the 2 talismans on the back of his hands lit up. Immediately, a chilling arctic frost burst out from the holy symbol and rushed directly into the void, above the refining flames that were retreating. Then, everyone was shocked to find that the inexplicable blue Arctic chi began to gradually merge with the refining flames the moment it touched them. The fusion did not take long. In just 5 breaths, the 4-colored flames had completely disappeared. What replaced it was a huge 4-colored lotus flower that was about to bloom. It floated quietly in the void. At this time, the 3 huge fingers came one after another and blasted on the 4-colored lotus flower. Then, an earth-shattering explosion sounded. In the void, the lotus flower slowly bloomed, forming a different scene above the void. The originally aggressive 3 huge fingers, 2 of which were relatively weaker, were directly blasted into powder by the explosive power. On the other hand, the 100,000 feet large finger had become extremely tattered and dim. Clearly, it was no longer a threat. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.